Good morning, dear guests. Our next side event is about to start. Please be seated. Today, two of our valuable speakers will talk about climate change and sea. And the first one will be Şadan Kaptanoğlu, chairperson of TURMEPA. She will talk about seas as a sink area in combating the effects of climate change and protecting of seas through state NGO cooperation, and also Berna Yiğit, who is engineer in the Directorate of Climate Change. She will talk about Turkey's national adaptation strategy and action plan on biodiversity and ecosystem services. Now I kindly invite them to the stage, please.
Good morning. My name is Şadan Kaptanoğlu, chairperson of the Turkish Marine Environment Protection Association, TURMEPA. I would like to thank everyone for their contribution to this meeting, and I would like to thank the Directorate of Climate Change and our ministry for working together. In this session, we will discuss seas as a sink area in combating the effects of climate change and protection of seas through state NGO cooperation. We know very clearly that we are now at such a point that there is no longer have a choice not to care about the environment. Everyone should care about nature, seas, our world, and ecosystem, and even make it priority. We believe that we can change the future of our common home, our world, together. When we address the climate crisis, we are not only addressing nature and the seas, but also every part of our lives, our present and future. And especially the protection of the seas and the ecosystem is essential for all areas of life. Seas and the oceans pump blood to the heart of our world with all the values they carry. For this reason, ecological threats of the seas cause a domino effect in our lives. As you can see, we need to protect our oxygen source. A lot was discussed in these meetings for the first days. Funds were created to mobilize. So how did we get to this point when we started talking about climate change? As UN Chief Antonio Guterres said, how did we get to this boiling area? Did everything happen in a blink of an eye? Our Earth is 4.56 billion years old. In the book, The Most Beautiful Story of the World, The Mysteries of Our Origin, by the famous astrophysicist Hubert Reeves, reduces the birth of the world to 24 hours and summarizes the history of our planet as follows. If we reduce the existing of our world to 24 hours, in the last 5 minutes before the midnight, humanity steps on the stage. In 1% of the last 1 second, the Industrial Revolution starts and the damage is done to the world by us. So as humanity, we change the climate in 1% of a second and unfortunately entered the boiling age. Let's take a brief look at what we did in 1% of a second. First, I want to talk about the plastics. Plastics which we cannot give up. or rather choose not to give up, entered our lives in 1950s. We use more than 40% of plastics only once and throw them away. We recycle only 9%, we burnt 12%, 79% accumulates in the landfills or in the environment, and the last address is unfortunately the seas and the oceans. More than 8 million tons of plastics reach the seas and oceans every year. Oceans become their home for average 450 years. Millions of sea creatures die due to plastics. We consume plastics the size of a credit card every week. According to the international research, there are microplastics in what we eat, drink, the air we breathe, and even in the breast milk. One of the most important threats is greenhouse gases. We have already crossed the critical threshold. The amount of greenhouse gases that the world releases into atmosphere every year has reached 50 billion tons. Due to this layer, which we call green gas effect, temperatures are increasing more than they should be. The world is almost trapped in its own atmosphere and is getting warmer. In this table, we see that temperatures have changed from minus 0.4 degrees to an average of 0.8 degrees Celsius since 1850s. The human-induced greenhouse gas emissions have increased since the Industrial Revolution. Especially since the middle of the 20th century, there has been a noticeable increase. The coincidence that our transition to a consumer society, the temperature has increased by 1 degree in the last 40 years. If we go at this rate, starting from the Industrial Revolution, it will be inevitable that the temperature will exceed 2.2 to 6.4 degrees before 2100. According to Paris Agreement, our goal is very clear: to limit the temperature increase of the world to 1.5 degrees if possible, if not, to a maximum of 2 degrees. We all have to make an effort in this. Our country, Turkey, has also become a party to the Paris Agreement and announced the 2053 carbon neutral target. Our leaders have taken important steps in this regard. Historically, Turkey, which has no more than 1% impact on climate change in the world, is still doing its best. In the line with the carbon neutrality targets, our country is establishing, developing, and clarifying its roadmap for both combating and adaptation to climate change. As TÜRMEPA, we are an association that has contributed to these important steps, especially with the Zero Waste Blue project launched in 2019. Before giving detailed information about Zero Waste Blue, I would like to give you brief examples of TÜRMEPA's contribution in this issue for last 29 years. In last 29 years, we reached 9 million people with our marine and environment trainings. Our digital education content has been viewed 600,000 times in Ministry of National Education system and reached more than 200,000 teachers as well. The number of volunteers reached 13,000. We collected 47 million liters of liquid waste with our waste collection boats. As far as we know, we are the only NGO that has a fleet of collecting waste to prevent pollution. We prevented 2.9 million kilograms of solid waste from entering the seas. We have produced EU projects, developed environmental awards, organized international conferences, and carried out more than 30 major projects. And in 2019, we received Zero Waste Blue Award from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. In addition all this contribution, there is a revolution movement I would like to mention specifically. It is called Zero Waste. After the impact that Zero Waste project has carried out in our country since 2017, it has moved to an international level, and the United Nations General Assembly declared 30 March as World Zero Waste Day. As TÜRMEPA, we joined this great movement and added blue to the Zero Waste project. As a result, we aim to ensure that Zero Waste project, which has become an international movement, also protects the seas and the oceans. We achieve this by acting as a catalyst with Zero Waste Blue project, having a powerful NGO structure that involves elements of the civil society and private sector and the public sectors help countries address these issues more successfully. And we did exactly that with the Zero Waste Blue. We educated people with the support of the Ministry of Education, included volunteers in every step of our project, activated our sea sweepers and liquid waste collection boats with the sponsorship of the private sectors, organized coastal cleaning up activities throughout Turkey with the help of municipalities and Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. We used the power of social and mass media and got in touch with the influencers, journalists, and spread the word. The Zero Waste Blue can be a role model for the countries that want to achieve similar results. If we want to raise public awareness on the climate crisis and encourage solution-oriented thinking, promote innovation and technological developments, influence policy changes, and increase social participation, there is only one right solution. The strongest muscle of TÜRMEPA is education since the beginning. Education and training are always our top priorities. We work with the Ministry of National Education closely, and we have provided sea environment trainings. That's how we managed to reach 9 million people in 29 years with our trainings. As a specific example, Zero Waste Blue trainings courses has reached more than 220,000 students, teachers, people from all ages by TÜRMEPA since 2019. Additionally, we prepare education awareness videos. These are uploaded to the online student and teacher platforms of the Ministry of National Education. Our videos have been viewed 800,000 times. Another strong muscle of TÜRMEPA is our waste collection boats and the sea sweepers. We have carried exemplary project in collaboration with Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change to protect our unique bays in the Aegean and Mediterranean seas with the support of the sponsors. Everything you see, we do this with private sector sponsorships. 10 TÜRMEPA vessels collecting liquid waste from yachts and tourist boats during the summer season and prevented millions of liters liquid waste to go to the sea. Sea sweepers, we have 4 sea sweepers currently, 2 in the Bosphorus in Marmara Sea, 2 in Lake One, and every year we have collected more than 100 tons of solid waste, plastic, metal, textile, pieces, anything actually you imagine we collected with the sea sweepers from the sea, because everything eventually reached the seas. In summary, we have prevented 52 million liters of liquid waste and 3,000 tons of solid waste from leaking into the seas in 29 years. Volunteering is also one of the biggest achievements, because neither of the things we can do without our volunteers and our members. Our volunteers are always with us as we walk these paths. Thanks to our volunteers from every segment of society, numbering now 13,000, we take our step with much more confidence. Also, with the coastal cleaning movement since 1994, Turmepa aims to draw corporate awareness of the companies for conservation of seas. With those activities, we encourage the voluntary participation of individuals and institutions. What is really important for every project we do with the private sector's sponsorships? As an NGO, as I mentioned before, we act as a catalyst and put forth all our efforts in private sector and state projects. Education, volunteering, waste collection, and awareness are the core of our most important topics. These are our foundations, and you cannot move the next stage without any of them. However, in order to reduce carbon emissions and eliminate the effects of human-induced climate change, our trainings, awareness projects, energy efficiency, or afforestation works on land are not and will not be enough. We need to take the healing power of nature with us to the fight against the climate crisis. Our most important ally is the course of the sea and the oceans. The, the cure we seek lies beneath the sea. Seagrass is a flowering plant native in the Mediterranean Sea, which we can find at the depths of up to 40 meters from the shore. It provides nets, protection, and breeding for many marine lives. Seagrasses protected the coastline and prevent erosion. But its most important effect is it produces most of the world's oxygen. Protection and restoration projects should include seagrass, which produce 14 liters of oxygen per square meter. Plankton, in short, all seas are and oceans. As Turmepa, we have accelerated our work on this issue. Finally, we are about to start our scientific project that will enable us to take the seas with us in the fight against climate crisis. You will be watching a short section of the press study we are doing right now in the Agent Bay. During our press study, divers we have seen that undersea ecosystem has seen much more differences than we expected, especially seagrasses, since the effect of the climate change are more visible on land, and we can clearly see the extent of the destruction in our seas. However, the seas always look blue when viewed from the outside, and the level of this destruction always overlooked. Here we see how huge losses we have seabed and the seagrass reduce. The situation is truly serious, and we, as an association, are taking action together with our Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. As we mentioned at the beginning, according to scientific data, our seas produce more than 50%, if not 70%, of our oxygen we need. With this awareness, Turmepa, together with our ministry, under the Zero Waste Blue again, is taking action together with the stakeholders from all segments of the society. We will take the healing power of the seas with us, and sink areas we will create together. Yes, our world has undergone a global transformation in many ways in recent years. So all states, sectors, institutions, and individuals, we have gone through a process of change with ups and downs, but always keeping hope. In every adversity we have experienced, natural disasters and disasters caused by the climate crisis, we understand the power of unity even better each time. As Turmepa, we know very well that there is a strength in unity, and we owe our every success of being a big family for 29 years. There is a many powerful NGOs, national, international, worldwide, and they are all doing valuable work and projects. What makes TÜRMEPA different from the others is that we implement unique initiatives and ensure the spread of exemplary projects. I underline that again, that oceans and seas are most important allies in our fight against climate change. With the right approach and investment, it is in our hands to stop climate change and build the sustainable new blue world together. Thank you very much.
Welcome and good morning to everyone. My name is Berna Yint and I'm working Directorate of Climate Change, Department of Climate Change Adaptation and Local Policies. Today I will present the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service within the scope of Turkey's National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan. According to the IPCC definition, adaptation is adjustment to expected climate and its effects. On the left-hand side, you can see the assess adaptation process, and first is impact, vulnerability and risk assessment, and the second one is planning for adaptation actions, and the third one implementation for adaptation actions, and the last one is monitoring and evaluation of the climate change actions. Turkey's National Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, prepared within the scope of Enhancing Climate Adaptation Action Turkey project, and this project is co-financed by European Union and our ministry and implemented by the UNDP Turkey. Within the scope of the Turkey's National Adaptation Plan, we have 12 sectors, which are urban, water resource management, agriculture and food security, biodiversity and ecosystem service, public health, energy, tourism and cultural heritage, industry, transportation and communication, social development, disaster risk reduction, and cross-cutting issues. In biodiversity and ecosystem service, we had some issues, which are change in migration time due to the temperature increases and narrowing distribution, increase in wildfires, decrease in agricultural production, increase in irrigation water demand. And then we conducted the vulnerability and risk assessment. We obtained the data for climate hazard, exposure, adaptive capacity and sensitivity. On the right-hand side, you can see the map, effects of drought on ecosystem and species diversity. And in the second map shows the effects of drought on carbon sink areas. And the third map shows the effects of drought on wetlands. After the consultative meetings with the many public institutions and other stakeholders, we conducted 3 strategic targets and 12 actions. First strategic target is increasing awareness and capacity on biodiversity and ecosystem service. Under this strategic targets, we have some actions which are updating educational program in schools and universities, increasing institutional capacity. Second strategic target is reducing the pressure of factors such as habitat fragmentation and change. Under this strategic target, we have another action that updating the legislation on biodiversity and ecosystem service, preventing, monitoring and controlling habitat change, and identifying sustainability problems and preparing a roadmap. And the last strategic target is monitoring and evaluation of the effects of climate change, and actions are identifying critical species and habitats and the conducting adaptation-based studies in forests. We have also some cross-cutting issues with other sectors. In agriculture, we conducted the action is establishing a nature-based solution to guide for agricultural activities, and in water resource management, implementation of management plans of protected areas and wetlands is important. In urbanization sector, creating ecological corridors with the new parks we conducted. That was the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you both for these beautiful presentations. Now we will be closing our session. If any of you don't have any question to our speakers. Okay then. Thank you for attending.
3, 2, 1. Üç, iki, bir.
Dear guests, our next side event is about to start. Please be seated.
Başlayayım mı? Başlıyorum. Dear distinguished guests, welcome to our side event in the field of resilient agriculture and water. This presentation will continue with the Nazlı Barçın Doğan, engineer at the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and the next one, Semih Hakim, co-founder and the CEO of the Kök project, and myself, I will be happy to chair this session also as well. Sedef Erçetin Genç Osmanoğlu, International Cooperation and Policy Manager at the Turkish Green Crescent Society, and the last one will be Furkan Dostoğru, engineer of the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Now, I would like to kindly invite Nazlı Barçın Doğan to the stage. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, good morning. My name is Nazlı Barçın Doğan. I'm working as an environmental engineer at Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry under General Directorate of Water Management. Today I'm delighted to share you Turkey's water efficiency strategies and applications. And in this presentation, first of all, I will introduce you climate change and its impacts on our water resources, on Turkey's water resources. Then I will continue my presentation with water efficiency campaign and our national water efficiency strategies. As we all know that global climate crisis is in the agenda of most of the world's countries. Public health issues, social issues such as migration, extreme climate events are some of the critical results of changing climate. And here in this map, in this global map, you could see that there is a global trend of temperature increase. And as a country located in Mediterranean region, Turkey, as you can see here, it's highlighted, Turkey is also facing this increasing trend in a more intense way. And similarly, when we compare our annual average precipitation with global mean, we see that Turkey is significantly lower than the global average rainfall. This shows that Turkey is currently in a vulnerable situation. In 2016, as Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, we have conducted a project titled as Impacts of Climate Change on Water Resources. And results of this project showed us that in Turkey, we expect to observe an increase in average temperature, especially in eastern and southeastern regions, increase in number of consecutive dry days, water deficiency in some river basins, decrease in snow water equivalent, and most importantly, water stress in spring and summer seasons. And here, in this map of the world, you could see that in current situation, Turkey is already facing with water stress. So our projections showed us that by 2030, our water availability, Turkey's water availability will decrease by 20%, and our population will grow by, at the same time, 10%. According to Falkenmark water stress indicator, this situation, if this continues like this, situation will show us that Turkey will become a water scarce country by 2030. And this means that 78% of our agricultural lands and 49% of our population will experience water stress. So Turkey is not in a promising condition in terms of water availability, water scarcity. So in addition to changing climates and rapidly growing population, urbanization, extreme consumptions, increasing water demand, and so on and so forth are also threatening our water resources both qualitatively and quantitatively. So this leads us that we need a solution. We need to find a solution right here, right now. So what could be the solution? Here comes the water efficiency concept. We face with water efficiency concept when we are trying to find a solution to this issue. So how do we define water efficiency? Water efficiency is the minimization of the amount of water used to accomplish a function, task, or a result. And in our nationally determined contribution, NDC, Turkey declared its main policies regarding improvement of adaptive capacity of its water resources as establishment of water efficiency in buildings and providing incentives for the non-conventional water resources use, preparation of sectoral water allocation plans, rehabilitation and modernization of irrigation systems, increasing the reuse rate of treated wastewater, and reduction of water losses in drinking water supply and distribution systems. And all of these policies showed us that Turkey needs a comprehensive water efficiency strategy. On January 2023, as Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, we launched water efficiency campaign under the auspices of First Lady Mrs. Emine Erdoğan. As Zero Waste Project, we are expecting water efficiency campaign to become a globally accepted and successful movement to achieve our final goal of zero water loss. So as the first step of this campaign, we prepared our roadmap to determine which actions should we take in this road. So on May 2023, we published Water Efficiency Strategy Document and Action Plan within the framework of adaptation to the changing climate officially. And in this document, we assessed water efficiency under 4 main components, namely urban, agricultural, and industrial water use efficiency, and horizontal water efficiency components that are affecting all sectors. So for each component, as you can see from this table, we determined our national targets for 2030 and 2050. And we also determined our actions and required actions and responsible institutions to achieve our targets. Now, I would like to explain briefly each component of our national strategy. So when we start with the urban water efficiency, we see that we have the main goal of to improve urban water efficiency through reduction of leakage and losses in water supply networks, improvement of water efficiency in services such as tourism, and reduction of our household water use. And for this purpose, we adopt from source to tap approach to ensure our water security through water efficiency practices at each level, each component of water supply systems. And so until now, we have started our action, we have started our strategy to apply our strategies to improve urban water efficiency. We started a program named as Water Partnership Program among municipalities to provide an enabling environment for experience sharing and capacity building among municipalities. Secondly, in addition to this, we also established water efficiency units in public institutions. Through this, we are trying to train staffs in our public institutions about water efficiency. In addition to this, we are conducting our studies on improvement of raising awareness about water efficiency through water efficiency tags on bottled waters, through brochures, booklets, and posters in buildings in public areas. Also, we are providing water efficiency education for children. And here
3, 2, 1.
you can see after a session of water education to children, all of the children are chanting our main slogan of zero water loss. Moving to our next sector, agriculture, which is the highest highest amount of water user in our country, in Turkey. Through the strategies of implementation of modern irrigation systems, establishment of monitoring systems, raising awareness, education, training among farmers, planning crop patterns based on water potential of regions of our basins, and dissemination of non-conventional water resources. Through these, we are aiming to increase our agricultural water use efficiency, and our national target for irrigation efficiency is 60% for 2030 and 65% for 2050. And when we look at industry sector, industry is differing from urban water efficiency and agricultural water efficiency a bit, because it is not only one sector, but it is a composition of many different sectors. Food, textile, metals, chemicals, these are main water users in Turkey's industry, and approximately 65% of our total industrial water use is due to these sectors. As I said before, industry is varying based on subsectors. Requirement for different input materials, different production processes, water quality requirements, and so on and so forth, shows us that we cannot walk on the same road when we try to achieve water efficiency targets for each subsector. Therefore, we need sector-specific measures. Our main strategies to ensure improvement of industrial water efficiency circles around dissemination of applications of best available techniques, which are highlighted in EU's Industrial Emissions Directive. And within this context, we prepared water efficiency guides for 152 subsectors, which are available on our website, as you can see here. Our fourth action plan fourth component involves horizontal components of water efficiency that are affecting all sectors, which could be listed as water footprint assessment, dissemination of using non-conventional water resources such as rainwater harvesting, grey water use, and incentive water pricing. So in terms of water footprint assessment, in Turkey, we conducted a water footprint evaluation to comprehend our overall production and consumption patterns, to comprehend how much water we use in different stages of our daily processes. And currently our focus is on disseminating these studies at basin level, river basin level. In terms of using non-conventional water resources, our recent studies showed us that we could decrease water supply per household up to 50% through integration of grey water use and rainwater harvesting systems in our households. And we also assessed that 44% of our wastewater and 66% of our agricultural drainage water could be reused for several purposes, such as agricultural irrigation, environmental flow feeds, industrial uses, and it has benefits like savings from fertilizer costs and so on and so forth. Lastly, but not least, at this beautiful stage of international collaboration, I would like to underline that we are, as Republic of Turkey, we are open to share our experiences and know-how regarding water efficiency practices. And we are willing to develop and conduct mutual projects with other nations to conserve our most important natural treasure, water. Thank you for your kind attention and time.
We sincerely thank Mrs. Nazlı Barçın Doğan and the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry for their informative and comprehensive presentation. Now, I would like to invite Semih Hakim, CEO and co-founder of the QUEC project, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start off with saying thank you so much for the opportunity. And what I'm going to tell you about is the exciting startup ecosystem of Turkey and what's happening for the last couple of years. And within the presentation, I'm going to showcase the comparison between Turkey, MENA, and also the Eastern Europe's startup ecosystems and how the opportunities within the startup ecosystem of Turkey in terms of the agri-food innovations, food, and also the climate-focused solutions. So my name is Semih Hakim. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Kök Project. And today I'll be sharing, about our work and what we do in Kök Project as well. So essentially, as Kök Project, we've been established back in 2015 as a management consulting company. And since then, we worked within Turkey, MENA region, which is Middle East and North African region, and Eastern Europe region. We acted and worked as a management consulting company and supported innovation within the verticals of food, agriculture, and water space. This is our network. Essentially, Kök Project is part of a global network featuring a lot of local partners as such, startup accelerators, corporates, governmental organizations, and many more who are looking into the verticals within the agri-food space, but also acting, supporting the initiative takers and basically the tech developers as well. So essentially, Kök Project today features a global partnership network, but only works within the emerging markets. And this is some of the, sorry, I just realized that, I'm sorry. So coming back, this is Kök Project, as I said. For a second, I thought this was connected, my bad. Yes, so we worked within the, as I said, Turkey, MENA, and Eastern Europe region as a management consulting company, and we worked within the food, agri, water, and energy spaces. As I said, this is our global network. Today, we focus specifically on the emerging markets, being Turkey, MENA region, Eastern Europe, but also the former Soviet Union region, Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan African region as well. But we do also have local partnerships within more emerged ecosystems as well. And this is some of the logos of the partners that we have across the globe. As I said, as Kök Project, we only worked within the emerging markets. And predominantly the reason of that is that the challenges that we see today, specifically on food security, water security, and climate change are ever present in these regions, but lacking the funding and lacking the support for tech developers, the startups, basically the initiative takers. So since day one, we worked as a management consulting company and developed startup accelerator programs, corporate innovation programs, and we worked with various organizations to support the startup development. As I said, as a company, we work with corporates, governmental organizations, and investment funds. Our main focus is to support the innovation and the startups and helping them access the field in terms of the field integration, in terms of the activities. With our headquarters based in Istanbul, we work specifically within these organizations, but look into specifically also the emerging markets. Our goal essentially is to invest on emerging markets in terms of the future of food systems and supporting the startups to help access their technologies across the world and scaling within the emerging markets through their solutions and through their activities. So as I said today, I'm going to share with you a quick overview in terms of the ecosystem that we have within Turkey and also the main focuses that we're seeing in terms of the verticals and the potentials covering 3 regions at the same time. However, underlining the potential of Turkey's agri-food startup ecosystem as well. So essentially within the climate change, of course, as you all know, we have certain challenges that the startups are looking into specifically. As such, the climate anomalies, extreme weather conditions, risk of desertification, and also the severe water shortages. All of these challenges has been tackled and still being tackled with the startup solutions and the activities within the field. So therefore, startups who are working within the climate change, who are working on to solving the issues on food security and water security, looking into these challenges. Essentially, these are the tech verticals that we see as the major opportunities within Turkey and MENA in the Eastern Europe region. And we have a lot of startups who are working within this pyramid of verticals. We put top as in terms of the food, we put nutrition and nutrigenomics in top. And of course, following up with food waste and alpha protein food for food production. We do have several startups who are working in this, and we are one of our most successful startup within the food vertical is also working in the food waste vertical. So therefore, in terms of the tech verticals that we see overall across these regions, we are seeing these main verticals who will be leading the charge in a way in terms of the startup development, the tech integration, and similar. And in terms of the agriculture, similarly, we're putting agri-biotech and agri-genomics on top. However, following up with agri-finance and, of course, the water tech itself. Water tech has been becoming a growing vertical for Turkey across the region as well, but specifically for the Turkey, we've been following up for the last couple of years. We are seeing more and more startups coming into the play and developing more solutions and more products and services that could be accessed to field and support the agri-food production in a more climate resilience manner in terms of the water resources management as well. So essentially, we see water tech as a leading vertical for Turkey, and we're expecting more startups to come in. And that being said, this is this year's agriculture ecosystem map for Turkey's startup ecosystem. As you can see, I know, of course, the logos are quite small in here. You can find the bigger version on our website, which is careerproject.com. But in the website, in the map, I wanted to showcase is that how growing the Turkey's agri-food ecosystem been. And if you have time to check out our website, you're going to see our maps from back in 2020. So since 2020 to 2023, this map has been growing threefold. So we're expecting actually more startups to come into the agri-tech development sector and more startups to building their success stories along the way and helping them access their technologies into the field. The second one is for food. This is the same thing on the growing side. Food ecosystem of Turkey has been growing in terms of the food tech, in terms of CPGs, marketplaces, and similar solutions. But also alternative protein has been becoming a growing sector for Turkey as well as we're following up. So therefore, we're seeing quite a lot of advancements in terms of the startup ecosystem for Turkey for food also, as we see with the agriculture as well. And the last one is the water. This is this year's map for the 2023 Turkey's water ecosystem. So the number of startups compared to agriculture and food quite less. However, this was way too small 2 years ago. So we're seeing this vertical also growing with a high potential. So therefore, in a total of number of startups, including food, agriculture, and water, currently it's more than 560 in various scales. So Turkey's agri-food ecosystem has a massive potential in terms of the startups, in terms of the tech development, in terms of the agri-food startups. And moreover, all of these startups who are featured in these maps, we do have 70 plus startups who have patented or utility model applications as well. So we're quite bullish and excited for our startup ecosystem in terms of the agri-food. And in terms of the comparisons that I would love to go in a really quicker manner is that, first of all, the MENA's agriculture ecosystem. This is covering from Morocco to GCC to Levant, so across the region, we're seeing these verticals are rising. However, in terms of number of startups, when we compare it to Turkey, overall, it's actually quite less. However, these are the verticals that we're seeing a lot in terms of indoor farming, agriculture marketplaces, and also the advanced materials, which we do also see within the Turkey's ecosystem also. The next one is from the food. Similarly, for that being featured in our map as well, we see the delivery, of course, the leading the charge in terms of number of startups, due to the, as you know, with the impacts of pandemic over the last couple of years, but also the marketplaces and food service platforms as well. And we see quite a lot of startups also developing similar solutions in Turkey for waste management, the CPG, and also of course, the restaurant tech, focusing on service technologies. And if we take a look quickly to the Eastern Europe region as well, we do see similar activities in terms of more on tech-focused manner in agriculture. As such, the agriculture information and technologies, precision agriculture, and marketplaces, which are quite predominantly existing in Turkey's agri-food ecosystem as well, leading the verticals within the startups who are accessing the field and providing their products and solutions to the agri-food sector also. And lastly, if we take a look at the food ecosystem of the Eastern Europe as well, we do see similar verticals as well in terms of the restaurant tech, delivery, and CPG. So what I would like to wrap up with these data is that Turkey by its own has a massive number of startups in terms of agri-food ecosystems and massive potential and a lot of success stories to come over the course of next years. So therefore, we are quite bullish on it, and we've been working on supporting the startups, the tech developers, and connecting them with corporates, governmental organizations, and investment funds. This is my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. My name is, as I said, my name is Semih Hakim. You can reach me anytime via my LinkedIn and my email. Thank you so much for listening and your attention.
Thank you very much to Mr. Semih Hakim for introducing us to KÖK project and their operations as well. Now, myself from Green Crescent will make my presentation. Can I get my, yeah, here it is. Today I am going to make a presentation on the environmental impact of the tobacco production and consumption and an issue of paramount importance. The evidence to be presented emphasizes the need for a comprehensive examination of the tobacco industry's effect on our planet and urges us all to consider the intricate connections between human health, socio-economic factors, and environmental well-being. Now, the examination of tobacco's environmental impact is crucial for various reasons. Beyond its direct health effects, tobacco production contributes to the pesticide use, deforestation, and soil degradation, which are environmental factors that are often overlooked. Emphasizing these effects will let us underscore the interconnectedness of the health and environmental goals as exemplified by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3, Global Good Health and Well-being. So, if we look at the labor intensity and the cost, tobacco cultivation demands intensive labor and incurs higher costs compared to the food crops, affecting both local economies and the workforce. It demands more labor hours than the staple crops like corn, beans, significantly increasing economic burdens on the farmers. As an example, studies show that the tobacco cultivation in Brazil is more times and more expensive than other agricultural products. According to the estimates, child labor is also prevalent in tobacco farming, with an estimated 1.3 million child laborers in the industry. And if we, in terms of the pesticide use, extensive pesticide use in tobacco farming leads to the environmental harm and health risks for workers. Approximately around like 20 million kilograms of the pesticides are used annually in tobacco farming, causing severe health issues, including cancer and birth abnormalities. And soil fertility and crop growth, tobacco cultivation also has negative impacts on soil fertility. For example, up to 3 months before planting tobacco seedlings, and farmers apply to around 16 rounds of pesticides to all soil. All this over-application of pesticides and the tobacco seedling themselves may result in the inability to grow other agricultural crops in the soil for 3 years after and the harvest, or in the reduced yields from the new harvest. And data from the World Health Organization, WHO, indicates that tobacco farming is a significant driver of deforestation, particularly in countries like Malawi, Tanzania. About 5% of deforestation in Africa is attributed to the tobacco cultivation and exacerbating ecological issues, with specific instances like Malawi experiencing a 26% of deforestation rate due to the tobacco activities. And wood consumption. The tobacco industry is a significant contributor to the deforestation, consuming 7.2 kilograms of wood per 1 kilogram of tobacco produced. And 300 cigarette branches or 15 packs of cigarettes are produced from one tree. And land area loss, deforestation at these rates causes destruction of wooded areas equivalent to the area of the around like 400,000 football pitches per year, and then thus extinction of the thousands of plant and animal species. And in terms of the chemical emissions also, in 2015, tobacco production released over like the over 6,000 million kilogram of toxic chemicals contributing to environmental pollution. And in terms of like the air quality concerns also, combusted tobacco products emit harmful chemicals, worsening air quality and contributing to climate change. The American Lung Association states that tobacco smoke contains over 7,000 chemicals, including carbon monoxide and formaldehyde, which pose risk to both human health and the environment. Over 1 million tobacco-related fires annually impact air quality. These fires lead to decrease in the air quality and increase in the particulate matter in the air. And carbon emissions. In California, tobacco smoke annually releases 40 tons of the nicotine and then 365 tons of the particulate matter and 1,900 tons of carbon dioxide affecting the air quality and the climate change. And cigarette butts pollution. Cigarette butts, a prevalent type of the pollutant, pose significant environmental challenges in cities and beaches. This endangers children and animals who may swallow them. Approximately 4.5 trillion cigarette butts end up in the oceans annually, causing harm to marine life through ingestion and contamination. Cigarette filters are similarly harmful and consist of cellulose acetate, and this substance is only degradable in light. It is not biodegradable. In other words, cigarette filters can break down in the sun, but the toxic chemicals that break down are never destroyed and harm natural diversity. E-waste from electronic cigarettes is also another problem. The rise of the disposable electronic cigarettes adds to the environmental concerns with plastic, metal, and lithium waste contributing to pollution. In addition, there is no safe way to dispose of the disposable cigarettes, and they are also known to pose great danger as the primary cause of explosions in many waste centers. And in terms of like the impact on the basic needs, tobacco's addictive nature, diverse resources from crucial household needs, exacerbating global poverty challenges, and socioeconomic strain. The financial burden of the tobacco-related health issues reduces household income, hindering sustainable development. And agricultural impact, tobacco farming negatively affects the food security, particularly in countries like Malawi, where nutritional deficiencies among children are prevalent. So, global initiatives and environmental advocacy. United Nations Environmental Assembly, UNEA, mandates that in March 2022, the United Nations Environmental Assembly mandated the negotiations of a global plastic treaty, which is expected to include single-use plastics under which cigarettes butts have been categorized. The UNEA resolution encourages broad multi-stakeholder involvement, including the private sector, and after this, United Nations Environmental Programme launched partnership with the Secretariat of the World Health Organization Framework Convention on the Tobacco Control to raise awareness and drive action on the extensive environmental and human health impacts of plastics in cigarette filters. Therefore, we can say that calls for a ban on cigarette filters are gaining traction, urging accountability for environmental damage on the part of the tobacco industry. At the national level, there was over 140 countries that have been committed to the managing single-use plastics by the beginning of this year, which includes cigarette butts. However, only a handful of the over 180 parties to the WHO FCTC have included the cigarette butts and tobacco plastics in their plans, mostly to implement the European Union Single-Use Plastic Directive, which adopts the extended producer responsibility policy to make tobacco companies pay for managing tobacco product waste and raise awareness about the littering and its effects on the environment. However, EPR implementation in some countries of the EU has resulted in the undermining the tobacco advertising and promotion and bans, particularly bans on the so-called corporate social responsibility activities of the tobacco companies. It has enabled the tobacco industry to partner with the governments or to promote itself as a socially responsible actor. Cases of active lobbying by the tobacco industry in the environment sector have been also observed. However, it must be remembered that the parties of the WHO FCTC are obliged to protect their policies from commercial and other vested interests of the tobacco industry and air quality measurement also. We also conducted an air quality measurement study in Istanbul. In a fieldwork conducted from October 2019 to January 2020, the Turkish Green Crescent Society carried out an air quality measurement study in Istanbul. The study examined the levels of the particulate matter from the second-hand smoke in 29 cafes and restaurants, categorizing them based on their smoking status. The findings of the AQM study provided the evidence for the implementation of the evidence-based policies related to the smoke-free spaces. These policies are crucial for protecting public health by reducing exposure to second-hand smoke and also contribute to addressing climate change concerns by promoting cleaner air quality. We regularly organize field activities consisting of cleaning up places like Validabağ Grove in Üsküdar district of Istanbul and Kahramanmaraş city of Turkey as part of the World Environmental Day and Turkey Environment Week. This way, we both draw attention to and preventive harms caused by alcohol, tobacco, littering on the environment, and help raise awareness on how these substances that are harmful to health are also damaging our planet, our climate, and our oceans. Comprehensive approach what we need. There is a crucial need for policies addressing both health and environmental impacts in the regulation of tobacco products. Integrating environmental considerations into tobacco control policies can contribute to a more comprehensive approach to public health. WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control aligning policies with the WHO FCTC is essential for holistic approach. It will help emphasize the importance of recognition of interconnectedness between tobacco control and environmental sustainability. Furthermore, in engaging with the business sector, the United Nations agencies and programs have consistently excluded tobacco and harms business or market. These are high-risk sectors due to their conflict with the UN Charter's fundamental human rights goals, and this was the case in the WHO FCTC as well, and must be a guiding principle. And in terms of industry accountability, recognition of the conflict between the tobacco industry's interests and the right to a healthy environment underscores the importance of holding the industry accountable. It is crucial call for increased transparency and accountability measures to address the environmental impact of the tobacco industry. Also, the calculations and statistics also shown in this presentation could be a starting point to account for these harms, noting that this could be part of the price tax measures to reduce tobacco use and could help countries address the liability of tobacco industry. And in conclusion, and to wrap up my presentation also, as we navigated the complexities of the tobacco's environmental, social, and economic repercussions, I think we saw why it is crucial to adopt a holistic approach. Acknowledging the intricacies of the tobacco industry's influence on our planet is essential to foster sustainable development, protect human dignity, and preserve our environment for future generations. I thank you for your attention and listening my presentation. When closing my presentation, I will leave the floor Furkan Bey from the Ministry of Urbanization, Climate Change, and Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Furkan Dosto, representing the General Directorate of Combating Desertification and Erosion, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. I am delighted to be here today to present our efforts to combat desertification, erosion and climate change in Turkey. First, I would like to start with the special report, IPCC special report on climate change and land. As known, climate change is a major threat to land, leading to desertification, land degradation, and food insecurity. These impacts are already being felt around the world, and they are expected to worsen in the future. The special report provides a comprehensive assessment of these impacts and options for adaptation and mitigation. And this special report also found that land can play a critical role in both adapting and mitigating climate change. The report emphasized that achieving LDN is essential for sustainable development. And climate change, land degradation, and drought are closely linked. Healthy land and it has a natural capacity to store and filter water, but this capacity is lost when land is degraded. Similarly, land use changes, such as the conversion of wetlands and forests to other land uses, disrupt the water cycle and hydrological functions. Water scarcity and droughts can accelerate the process of land degradation, for instance, due to poor irrigation management and drainage and altered hydrology, leading to poorer quality soils. To combat drought and achieve long-term water security, it's therefore necessary to manage and preserve both land and water resources. And COP12, UNCCD COP12 in Turkey in 2015 defined land degradation neutrality as a state whereby the amount and quality of land resources necessary to support ecosystem functions and services and enhance food security remain stable or increase within specified temporal and spatial scales and ecosystems. And LDM became a guiding principle for implementing UN Convention to combat desertification following the conference held in Turkey in October 2015. LDN is important because it has a number of benefits such as increased food security, reduced poverty. For example, land degradation neutrality can help to reduce poverty by providing livelihoods for people who depend on land for their livelihoods. And another benefit of LDN is improved climate resilience. LDN can help to improve climate resilience by reducing soil erosion and sequestering carbon. And the last one, enhanced biodiversity, which LDN can help to enhance biodiversity by restoring degraded ecosystems. And also, to date, 131 countries have committed to setting their land degradation neutrality targets. More than 100 countries have already set their targets. And simply, I want to show you what is LDN. LDN, land degradation neutrality, is about doing the right things in the right places at the right scale. And as one of the countries most affected by climate change, desertification and drought, Turkey has a vision to build a future where the land is healthy and productive. During the conference, UNSC COP12, Turkey and the United Nations launched the Ankara Initiative for the period 2016-2022. The Ankara Initiative helped countries, especially African countries, to achieve their bold and ambitious targets for LDN, building their resilience of communities to drought. To achieve their bold and ambitious targets for land degradation neutrality, building the resilience of communities to drought, and boosting political engagement and policy coherence. In 2016, Turkey also declared their national LDN targets under the guidance of UNCCD. And here's our LDN project. Following the declaration of LDN targets in 2016, we started a project called Contributing to LDN Target Setting by Demonstrating by LDN Approach in the Upper Sakarya Basin for Scaling Up at National Level. The project aimed to develop a model for LDN target setting, planning, and decision-making at national level for demonstration in the Upper Sakarya Basin. This project is a transformative project that will translate the LDN targets into actions. The project objective is planned to be achieved through four components. The first component is to strengthen the enabling environment for LDN, meetings, workshop, trainings. And second component is decision support system for LDN. A system has been developed to prevent land degradation and ensure that the country achieve LDN targets in the project. I will show some details in the next slides. And the component 3, demonstration of LDN approach in the Upper Sakarya Basin. Sustainable land management practice has been carried out with intersectoral coordination and basin-based integrated and participatory planning. And the last component is upscaling of LDN experiences, monitoring and evaluation. The LDN monitoring system has been developed and calibrated based on the experiences. So the indicators monitor changes in different yet highly relevant ways. Land cover provides the first indication of reduction or increase in vegetation. And land productivity offers an indication of ecosystem health and sharpens the focus on ecosystem services. And soil organic carbon denotes overall soil quality. Within the framework of the LDN project in Turkey, this system was also developed in collaboration with FAO of the United Nations. The system aimed to determine the current situation regarding the LDN to achieve voluntary LDN targets by monitoring indicators. The DSS supports decision makers in planning to balance planned gains and expected losses in relevant land types. After expert interviews, technical meetings, data collection, and analysis, a system was created to monitor LDN indicators. this system performs multiple analyses and presents the results in different formats. A number of improvements has been made to the system to enhance its effectiveness and user experience by integrating new data sources from relevant national institutions and organizations. For example, using the system, we can conduct multi-criteria analysis, identifying areas where there is a decrease in land productivity dynamics in pastures, or early signs of decline, high sensitivity to degradation, and, for example, low total organic carbon levels. The system allows us to generate land productivity dynamics at different spatial scales, and also land productivity dynamics nationwide we can produce. Land cover changes have a significant impact on environmental and economic situation. Monitoring and addressing these changes is important for sustainable development. The DSS system monitoring the land cover changes in Turkey between 1990 and 2018. For example, there has been a total loss of 830,000 hectares of rangeland during that period. The system response hierarchy is a tool that helps us to prioritize land degradation interventions in Turkey. The first step is to avoid land degradation. This can be done by implementing sustainable land management practices. If land degradation has already occurred, the next step is to reduce it. This can be done by implementing rehabilitation and restoration activities. The final step is to restore degraded land. This can be a more challenging task, but it's essential for achieving LDN. This hierarchy helps us to make better decisions about where and what actions to take address land degradation in Turkey. In summary, the complexities of land management in Turkey call for a sophisticated and comprehensive approach to foster sustainable land management practices. This system emerged as a powerful tool to effectively address these challenges and pave the way for a sustainable future. The DSS goes beyond simply by providing data. It empowers decision makers to make informed decisions by enabling them to first easily access to best available data. The DSS acts as a gateway to wealth of relevant data, allowing decision makers to quickly and efficiently gather the information they need, and foster collaborative work among institutions. The DSS promotes collaboration and knowledge sharing among institutions, breaking down silos and fostering collective efforts towards sustainable land management, and analyze synergies between land use and practices. The DSS enables decision makers to analyze the advantages and synergies between different land use and practices, leading to more sustainable land management practices, and set and revise LDN targets. The DSS provides valuable insights to support decision makers in setting and revising LDN targets, ensuring that they are aligned with Turkey's sustainable land management goals. And in essence, the LDN DSS is not merely a tool, it's a catalyst for sustainable land management by empowering decision makers with knowledge, tools, and collaborative platform. So, and DSS also paves the way for a future where Turkey land resources are managed sustainably, ensuring the well-being of its people and the environment for generations to come. So, thank you all for your time and attention today. Should you have any questions or wish to explore more this topic, I will be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for listening us. So I would like to ask our audience if you have any questions to any of our speakers, including myself, or comments, please share. I think there are no. Please.
Thank you all speakers for the valuable information. My question is about desalination. Turkey is facing water scarcity in 2030. Is a big threat for us, big risk. So would desalination be a good option for us? Is it technically or economically feasible? Thank you.
Okay. So by desalination, you mean treatment of seawater?
Seawater, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, actually, there are several feasibility studies are conducted about that. It could be an option, but it could be one of the last options. It should be one of the last options, as it's very expensive and not very economic. It won't be very feasible to apply for for large populations. But it could be evaluated if there is no freshwater resources in an area and only water resource is seawater, such as Israel is doing that. It's one of the good examples, and Dubai, yes, you are right, is also applying that. But for Turkey, we have many freshwater resources, lakes, rivers, and so on. So our first priority should be that we need to protect what we already have. That must be one of the last options. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I add a point to that? In terms of the tech development, I would say, since I focus more on startups, it's definitely an amazing subject. Of course, it's expensive. However, if we focus more on development of the technology itself and do a POC within Turkey and possibly expand that technology to the GCC region, as you mentioned, UAE does that and Saudi does that as well. I think that could be an interesting growth for the startup section. So desalination is definitely the future in terms of the certain regions, but it's also quite expensive in terms of the energy costs. But the potential solutions within that vertical would be amazing and definitely part of the future of agri-food value chain.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? So then I am closing today's session, but I would like to again express our sincere thanks to Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and Directorate of Climate Change for organizing this session and putting great effort to represent us. Thank you.
Just test. Good afternoon. Welcome to the session of YASET, International Investors Association, on the COP28 program. Today's panel topic is International Investors Global Insights on COP28 and the best practices. So actually, for the people who are not familiar with YASET, let us introduce our agency a little bit. So we represent international investors in Turkey. 85% of FDI stock is realized by our members, and we are 280 members are coming from 33 countries. So it really gives us an opportunity to reflect the best practices that are going on in the world, and we are trying to bring the best of the world to Turkey through our members. And it's a pleasure for us that our members are leading the global green transformation agenda. And apart from leading their industries and sectors, they are helping other industries to transform. So in today's session, we have distinguished representatives of YASET members from their regional and global branches. And we are going to talk first about what is going on in the world, what are the best practices that are being implemented in the site. And the third, we are going to talk a little bit on the do's and don'ts about green transformation. So let me start by introducing our panelists. It's Alison Anshaw. Thank you for being with us. She's the Managing Director and Chief Commercial Officer of the MENAT region in the Global Banking and HSBC. And Erdem Bey is with us. He's the Global Director in SAP in the Purpose and Sustainability Marketing branch. And Katsia Klatsinska-Lewis is a partner and head of EY Center for Climate Policy in Ernst & Young. So we have the finance, technology, and consulting. These three sectors are helping the world to transform, and they are contributing a lot to the COP agenda. So let us start the first round as soon as possible. And my first question to set the floor is going to be to Alison. Alison, can you just elaborate a little bit about what kind of initiatives are you involved at global level, and how you are scaling them up in other countries so that your global footprint increases?
Sure. Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be here. So as a global bank, we have a few key strategic objectives that we really focused on, and these can be divided into sort of three main categories. So we have mobilizing finance for climate, supporting our clients in the net zero transition, and building the new economy. These are the sort of three pillars that I can really articulate around our strategy from a sustainability perspective. So I'll take them each by turn. Mobilizing climate finance and blended finance. I think there's been a lot of discussion at this COP around this pillar, and Dr. Sultan was very keen on mobilizing private capital, and that's something we've seen come up a lot at this COP. So we really want to leverage our international connectivity and convene stakeholders and act as a catalyst to our clients and secure new outcomes and strengthen initiatives. It's anticipated that $2 trillion will be needed yearly until 2030 in emerging markets and developing economies. So it's absolutely critical that both public and private come together. And I think it's particularly in the emerging markets where there's challenge around finding investment because of the macroeconomic background often in those markets. So it's absolutely critical that we have that public and private capital come together. We've tried to explore this in a number of ways. We're the founding members of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which helps establish cross-industry standards. We're also a member of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and we also have a strong track record of being involved in a number of partnerships to really bring together public and private capital. We have a blended finance vehicle called Pentagreen, which is there to accelerate funding of sustainable infrastructure projects in Southeast Asia. They recently announced one of their first financings in the Philippines. And we also work with governments globally to support just energy transition partnerships. So there's JETPs, you may have heard of those in Indonesia and Vietnam. And we also look to finance sort of new technologies through things like our Breakthrough Energy Partnership. So these are ways that we work with partners to really try and mobilize capital and get it to the right places. In terms of supporting our clients in the net zero, we really want to support our clients diversify and decarbonize. So we're looking to work with them on their sustainability strategies. We've recently just done something called a Sustainability Business Accelerator, where we had a number of our clients sign up to a 6-month program, and at the end of that program, they had a sustainability strategy. So we're really looking to support them and guide them, and to your point, have best practices and learnings across our client base, because our client base is very broad, all the way from public sector down to small and medium enterprises. And finally, building the new economy is something we're very focused on. We've recently launched in HSBC Innovation Banking. We've put $1 billion of funding aside to really finance this new technologies. And I think another theme that's come out of COP is really how this new technology needs to be scaled to really make a mark and really help the transition to net zero. So that's our these are our main key areas, and we look to have this as a global strategy. So whether we're based in the Middle East or in Asia, Europe, the Americas, our strategy is very similar across the globe.
Thank you very much for giving insight about what is there, and the access to finance and utilizing the financing tools to create the biggest impact has always been a problem, and it's good that the finance sector is trying to optimize what is at hand and trying to make the biggest impact, the largest impact of this fund. If you just move to the technology aspect of it, and SAP is a key partner of most of our members in transformation in any area. So we would really like to hear your insights about what is going on, how you position SAP in this agenda, and what are happening in your aspect, and what are best practices.
Sure. Thank you very much, Sarkan, and thanks, Yaset, for this opportunity. I mean, as corporate world, we really like 3 pillars, and we also have a 3-pillar strategy. And our first pillar is treating carbon like money. For centuries, we calculate in the most granular possible level. But for carbon, we speak usually about tons, gigatons, which doesn't help us to understand the story. We need to understand the story in the possible micro level, in the most granular level. Each and every action of a corporate should be calculated in terms of impact into the environment. If you are a manufacturing company, you should be knowing that each and every step of your manufacturing in terms of carbon. If you are a service company, what is your per minute carbon impact into the environment? Because this will be helpful to you to understand the real problem, and it will take you to the real solution. The second one is the collaborating across the supply chains. I mean, everyone is committed to net zero, but usually this net zero or carbon neutral targets are for scope 1 and 2, which is quite easy to observe and maintain within your own operations. But I mean, we are living in a global world, we are living in a network world, and if we are going to go to a real net zero targets, we need to collaborate across the supply chains. And how we do is we need data transparency here. I mean, as we say, sustainability team sport is a team sport, then we need to act real as a team and open up the potential data collaboration models. As SAP, we already built a sustainability data exchange framework and the technology which helps all our customers to consolidate their data from various sources so that they're not limited to with their own data. If we don't collaborate with our supply chains, we just really make a kind of nice green game within our own boundaries. But if we want to change the planet, then we need to be really teaming up together. And third one is supporting local communities. I'm really happy that Turkey has started such an initiative here in the pavilion. We need to understand each and every geography, each and every country, and then support startups, support scale-up, support communities, municipalities, whatever possible within technology, so that they can be a part of this game. I mean, sustainability is really different from all other challenges that we have been faced globally, because, I mean, you can be at your best, but your neighbor and your competitor and your good friend and your bad friend needs to be at their best too. So it's really a team sport, and technology and together with know-how and finance, of course, 3 main enablers of it, and I'll be happy to provide some more details about real use cases maybe in the upcoming rounds. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for emphasizing this
digital and green transformation are going hand in hand. So that is a major focus in digital transformation in Turkey also. But it all starts with freeing the data. And that is why all public policymakers are focusing on that aspect. And thank you for putting a focus on that's a teamwork, that we need to be together in handling this one. And if we move to the next topic, it is the emission trading system and carbon pricing. So it has been a huge agenda item in Turkey, and we are expecting our climate law to be submitted to the Grand National Assembly for the approval. But again, now we are thinking about how would it be the best way to implement a carbon tax in Turkey. So based on your huge expertise on those areas, can you elaborate a little bit on this one? How the emission trading systems are evolving and how carbon taxes associated with those?
Yes, thank you. We just discussed it before the panel, how timely this topic is for Turkey, who announced, I think on December the 1st, publicly that you will be launching your emissions trading system, the pilot phase in 2025, hopefully. So I think Turkey is in such an interesting moment in time where the country is contemplating a number of measures. So primarily the emissions trading system, but from what I understand, there might be also carbon tax that would complement the emissions trading system, because usually that system really effectively can only apply to the largest emitters. I think you were considering, or the threshold for the ETS is 500,000 tons, I think, to be included in the system. So it's a good practice to have carbon tax to complement emissions trading system for more distributed emission sources. And then again, this is such an interesting moment as Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, which sets the foundation for carbon markets under the Paris Agreement, is now fully operational. There are still some technical guidelines being negotiated as we speak, as part of the mainstream of the COP28 negotiations, but we don't perceive them as really critical. They are nice to have. They will harmonize a lot of approaches of individual governments, but really Article 6.2 is fully operational, so this might be also a good thing for Turkey to consider how they could benefit from this mechanism. And against all of this, we also have voluntary carbon markets, which I think Turkey should also consider its involvement as a provider of carbon credits, or a buyer, or perhaps maybe this is not a market that is interesting at all, which for some countries that's actually the case. They prefer to go with compliance markets. So very, very interesting time. And also Turkey can benefit from all of the best practices of the EU, of California, of other systems that have emissions trading systems in place. So you really can benefit from these, like I said, lessons learned, but also pitfalls, or maybe things that didn't quite work out. And in the EU ETS, there is a number of those, I would say, policy inefficiencies that have been addressed over the course of the system's evolution. So happy to continue this thread of discussion, very close to my heart, and from what I'm hearing, also very close to the objectives of the country at large.
Thank you very much. So the public, our neighbors are talking. So public institutions are really carrying out a very open deliberation mechanism in the preparation and establishment of the emission trading system. We expect the same for the carbon pricing aspect of it, and also the carbon taxation aspect of it. So if we go back to Alison, you also mentioned that your company is carrying out or following the same strategy globally. So the insights and perspective of the company does not differentiate among regions or countries. But we always see that some investment environments are more conducive to implementing best policies or spearheading policies. So if you would like to define the most conducive investment environment for any improvement in the green transformation, how would you define the characteristics of it, where you can work more freely and faster?
So I don't want to call out one country in particular, because I'll get in trouble with the other countries with favourites.
Just the characteristics.
But I think, and I think while our policy is global, we obviously have presence in many countries across the world. And we acknowledge that we need to kind of work closely with the local communities, and we do that in different ways throughout our local entities. In terms of where we've seen sort of things working better, I think to Cassia's point, I think it's important that we use best practice, and where we've seen positive examples of transition accelerating. So, for example, in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen huge investment in green technology, and I think that's a great example of where governments can really act as a catalyst, and where regulatory frameworks and subsidies can really help. I think that now we're looking in the UAE, and I'm based here in the GCC in Dubai, they're obviously very keen to make sure that we accelerate. And I think just this COP is a great example of showing that this country alone is somewhere where we can make things happen. But I think the regulatory framework is needed. I think at the moment there's lots of different policies, lots of different frameworks. I think our clients, they talk to us about which ones to adopt. I think there is some confusion across different client bases as which would be the best one. Should we follow this path? And that's where we want to really help our customers with their strategies. So I think getting some cohesion across which frameworks, and I think the ISSB that's recently been announced will help that definitely. But where we've seen Europe advance, and also using examples of where it hasn't worked, is also we need to take advantage of that too, and see how we can implement better. But I do think we need frameworks and policies and subsidies, particularly in the new technology space. I think wind and solar gives a very good example of where we were 10, 15 years ago when it was very expensive. We see how subsidies have helped accelerate renewables. We need the same in some of these other technologies to really make sure that we're able to scale up. Hydrogen being a good example.
So actually, doing and implementing best policies is really related to how you make policies, and the best practices in policy making really applies to that.
I think it's important to try and keep them as simple as possible. I don't know what the other panelists think, but I think it's really to make change happen, we need people to come together, and I think the more layers there are around the ability to understand and implement into the strategies and across the whole supply chain as well, because the ecosystem is so important.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Alison. And Adam, if I may channel the same question to you, how can you observe the best conducive environments for the change, like where you can operate faster and better?
I mean, again, maybe I'm not going to name a country either,
sure,
because we also collaborate with, almost all countries in the world, and I see a lot of innovative, out-of-the-box thinking examples there. But what we see as a pattern is, usually, policy and public-private partnership is helpful to drive the change, but at the end of the change, at the end of the day, change becomes with the social interest. If we somehow increase social awareness, regardless of the policy or not, then the startups, the innovators, the academy, the non-profits and businesses will find a way to develop. And we lived a similar version in the digital transformation in the last 20 or 30 years too. Some countries develop really strong frameworks in terms of understanding and digesting digital transformation, but at the end of the day, it happened on the ground with the real innovators, with the real change makers. So I think we have a good opportunity in sustainability that we can trigger the same change pattern that we lived in digital transformation, which is if we can provide a good infrastructure, good social interest, and high awareness about the society, enable startups, enable technology players, and collaborate all together, then we'll find really good ways to be productive in all over the world, in all geographies. I can give a couple of examples, because the sustainable transformation is not just an environmental or technological or infrastructure transformation. Ideally, it's a whole, including the social one. With a customer globally, we work is a pizza chain, Mod Pizza. Maybe you know, it's quite popular in North America. And they wanted to sort out the waste problem. You can imagine in pizza chains, the packaging waste and the food waste and time waste is really something to be considering. And they wanted to solve the waste, they wanted to go to a zero waste path. What we did is we measured and we saw, they saw together with our technology is the waste is becoming higher if the employees are not happy to work in this branch. So they thought that they need to make employees happy first to sort out the waste change. And then they thought that, and usually we can observe that it's a kind of high stress industry to work in the pizza chain. You compete with time, you compete with a lot of competitors. So they thought that how we can make the employee satisfaction higher. Then they hired some people who may not be able to work in other industries, maybe some people with some physical disabilities, people at the senior age, or people or the former prisoners. So these people who increase the employee satisfaction by being there also reduce the path to zero waste. So if you just get it to zero waste as a kind of technical problem to be solved by waste management problems, that makes a sense. But if you can combine it with the real human and social aspect, then you can go to the real solution. We have many examples similar to this, where we connect technology, social, and infrastructure all together, then it's the closest way to the solution.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the right way of making a global and widespread impact by capturing all aspects of the problem. And most of our members, since they are multinational companies, are actually changing their ecosystems by what they do in this field. And it starts from the company, and sometimes it translates into a grassroots movement. And when we check the COP28 agenda, we see that there's a focus on emission reductions throughout the value chain. So that is a good thing. And we've seen that anything we do good is trickling down to those companies that we are touching on a daily basis. So Katsia, what can you say about how we are improving on this one? What does it mean to change or improve the value chain?
So when we specifically focus on emissions, because obviously, as you have mentioned, there are many aspects around broader ESG sustainability topics that should be monitored and improved across the whole supply chains. But if we focus specifically on the emissions, I think we're at this very important and interesting junction in time where there is a lot of push from the policy side of things. And I think the most prominent example that I think is being referenced on almost every panel is the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is essentially like a carbon tariff that will be imposed on selected goods being imported into the EU. And what this policy will then bring about is, first of all, that we will know what the footprint, so-called embedded emissions, so essentially carbon footprint of those goods imported into the EU is, which is the information we didn't have. So a lot of manufacturers around the world now for the first time have to ask themselves, what is the emission intensity of my production process? And the way the system is designed is that for the first couple years, it will be essentially a reporting obligation. But I think this is such a tremendous step forward. I work with clients who tell me we have never done this exercise. We don't even know where to start. The EU has provided methodologies for calculation of the emission intensity of those production processes. So that's very helpful. So this will be the first step, to have the visibility of the emission intensity. Then the next step, starting in 2026, will be to impose a price on those emissions. So this will be another really big, I think, momentum towards the reduction of the emissions, because now the EU-based importers will essentially have to pay for the emissions embedded in the goods that they bring into the country. And this, in turn, will have another tremendous effect that already has its name. It's called CBAM effect. It's in connection with this adjustment that the EU policymakers have provided for, which essentially says if your exporting country has a domestic carbon price, that price paid in the exporting country can be deducted from the EU CBAM that would otherwise be paid to the EU authorities. So we're already seeing a really big interest coming from countries across the world who provide goods to the EU to set up their own domestic carbon pricing mechanisms. And from the, I would say, rationale and policy objectives, this is such an easy sell, because the government says, well, you will be either paying to the EU or will impose carbon tax, which is pretty much a no-brainer. And then that money can be channeled into green transformation of their country's economy. So those three steps, having visibility of the emission intensity of global supply chains, then having to internalize the associated social cost of carbon, and then thirdly, having the spillover effect of global climate policies. Very, very fascinating things to watch. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. In the opening webinar of this COP28 session, we met with one of the major think tanks of Turkey, and their CEO was there. And we talked about whether these environmental policies are also, I mean, that's for sure, but can be perceived as part of the industrial policies. And then how should we position our countries accordingly? And once you mentioned the Inflation Reduction and the CBAM, so they have two aspects that the countries need to cope with, and it's also impacting business, in addition to the incentive system of the countries, and also emission trading system that can be conducive about how they adapt to these systems and how the paid taxes can stay in the country for the future and use of the country. So that's a big debate. Thank you for pointing this out. And if we just move to the final round, Alison, can you point out or can you encourage people on their both companies and countries for focusing on sustainable investments based on all the opportunities that your sector is bringing in? How can we just encourage them more, and what are the do's and don'ts for the future?
I think it's all about sort of working together as much as possible. And I think 2-3 years ago, even that recently, people just, it was a nice to have, a tick box. I think it was very much kind of sustainability, ESG, it was kind of at the fringes. I very much now feel with companies that it's front and center, and we're seeing in a lot of our clients now, the CFO is actually managing, or is the CSO as well, or they have a sustainability team that works very closely with the financing team. And I think in the past it wasn't that like that, so I think that's a huge step change. I think there's much more value around. It's not just sort of about paper cups, which are obviously very important, but it's gone much beyond that. And I think capacity building within companies, within the financing sector as well, is really important to make sure that people upskill, they understand, what's available to them. In terms of opportunities for sustainable financing, I think it's just a really important aspect of any financing team to really think about building that ESG capability into their sort of way of thinking. It is a mindset shift, but I think it's one that's come swiftly now, and there's lots of ways to do that. The supply chain features and our trade finance offers opportunities, for example, and solutions all the way to green bonds. I think before we've talked a lot about green bonds, green loans, but actually the product suite's much broader than that these days. So I would encourage clients to speak to their banking partners around what's available to them.
Okay. So once we were just trying to map all the resources that are available to the companies, but now we are focused more on how to access them and how to make the best of it. So your expertise and guidance is really appreciated on this area as a finance sector and as a distinguished member. So there are many follow-up questions that we are going to bring to you in the future. So for the sake of using the time efficiently, and Erdem, can you just point out one point of action for the people who are listening to us that can be create the initial impact or increase the interest of all parties to these sustainable practices?
Yeah, I mean, I started my words saying that we love triple triangles in the corporate world. So I should be putting another triangle, which is record, report, and act. And the record, we should be recording each and every transactions as we record each and every financial transactions. To the environmental impact, especially for the carbon emission, in the most granular way. Recording is good, but reporting is better. After you get all the records in detail, you need to have some, using the capabilities of generative AI and the modern technologies, you should be converting it to understandable and actionable reports, especially implementing into the company strategy. And if we are talking about especially the private sector, then the action is getting these records and reports, and implementing is probably starting from the board level, putting the sustainability KPIs into the board members and making a kind of company target with these insights that you gather. So I would finish with record, report, and let's act all together.
Thank you very much. And that is so important, especially the recording is a must, but for the reporting aspect of it, most of our members are having disputes about what kind of reporting they should do in line with their targets also. So should it be SDG reporting, impact reporting, ESG reporting? So that is an area also that we are trying to discover what best way of reporting coincides with the company's priorities and targets. So that's an area that we would like to put more effect, more interest for the future. So we'll be in touch for that one also.
Thank you very much.
And for the last question, Katya, you mentioned in your question, in your answers, that many countries are also tackling with establishing these emission trading systems and carbon pricing mechanism and carbon taxation. So what are the insights that you can provide for the people who are tackling with this right now about the future of these implementations? What are they evolving into? And maybe if you can just point out some risks that people should be careful about, that would be really for the better benefit of everyone listening.
So when it comes to, I would say, strategic direction of travel for global carbon pricing systems, I would definitely at some point, I would like to see some convergence. But I'm afraid things will just get more complicated before they become easier. Because right now we have, which I mentioned at the beginning, different sets of or different forms of carbon pricing, whether these are the compliance mechanisms regulating voluntary carbon trading. So we have different market segments, and then this is spread around the countries, of the world. So even when you look at one country, for instance, like let's take example of Mexico. Mexico has both emissions trading system and it has carbon tax, and this again comes in the form of federal measure and then state. So we really had actually I spoke to a person from the Mexican delegation, and they said that Mexico has the largest number of carbon pricing instruments of any country in the world coexisting at the same time. And they also will be implementing Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. So even looking at an individual country, you can have this maze of different ways of pricing carbon. And so for companies operating globally, like this really is, mind-boggling, and they really have hard time to grapple with all of these different frameworks that coexist. And one of the most common asks we are getting as consultants is, can you help us map all that's going on and then keep track of all of the developments? So now definitely Turkey will be very much on the radar also, what's happening there. And then obviously the systems also are evolving. It's not that we have one system and it's there to stay in its original form. The EU ETS, as you know, it is already implicit in the design from the outset that it's operating in phases. So from the beginning, we are acknowledging that the system will be evolving because there will be pitfalls, there will be unintended policy outcomes. So there are those set intervals at which EU policymakers come together and they revisit the EU Emissions Trading System Directive. Right now, we are in phase 4. The first phase was actually called learning by doing, because it was fully acknowledged that those first couple years will be just the system won't even be delivering what it's supposed to. This will be just to test it out. So I think, and I think this is what Turkey is also contemplating, right? Have first 2 years running as a pilot phase. So I think one theme is convergence of global carbon markets. I would really want to see that. And then second is even looking at the individual country, from the individual country perspective, we know that we will need to cover a lot of ground before we reach an optimal system. So yes, I think these are the two main themes I wanted to share: convergence and evolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one. So actually, in the constraints of the global economy, where we were really experiencing a tough time for all countries, the inflation, the growth figures, and bouncing back after COVID. So it was really tough for the policymakers and for economies. And Green Agenda was something like a positive agenda that everyone can handle and tackle with ease, and actually put on higher agenda items in their global agendas. But when we move to the implementation, we really saw there might be some discrepancies and differentiations, just like you stated. So there is a risk that we can be diverted from our targets while we are trying to handle them so that they would also create the best impact to the economy. So that's a really important point. And how these things evolve is maybe going to be a major concern for everyone who are tackling it right now. Thank you very much for bringing this. So it was, as always, such an informative panel. Thank you very much for our colleagues from HSBC, Alison, SAP, Erdem, and EY Katsia. We will be continuing this series up to the point of transforming and disseminating the use cases so that anyone and everyone can benefit from, including all our ecosystems and anyone we touch. So thank you very much for your insights, and we will be in touch with you for the future of this series. Thanks a lot. And also major thanks goes to our institutions who are hosting us today, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and the Presidency of the Climate Change. We are really curious about the climate law and the carbon tax work that we are going to contribute a lot should we be allowed to participate in. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Dear guests, our next side event is about to start. In this side event, we will be having Ms. Halime Sezer from Turkish Environment Agency. She will be talking about organizational structure and areas of activity of Turkish Environmental Agency. Now I am leaving the floor to her, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zia. Welcome, hello everyone. I would like to thank you, Department of Climate Change. My name is Halime Sezer. I am director at Department of Recycle and Producer Responsibility and Turkish Environment Agency. I will try to information about agency structure, activities. Turkish Environment Agency was established. Nasıl ilerliyor bu? Yanlış yerimi tutuyorum. Pardon, çok pardon. The Turkish Environment Agency was established by environmental law on 2020 as one of the stakeholders of the studies carried out by the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. With the amendments made in 2018 and 2020 to the environmental law, deposit application for packages and products to be determined by the Ministry has been made mandatory as 2022. And TUÇA, Turkish Environment Agency, has been authorized as the deposit manager system with the Packaging Waste Control Regulation. Agency works in coordination with the Ministry in all activities aimed at improving the environment within the scope of Green Agreement and Circular Economy, establishing a deposit return system that will enable separate collection at the source, disseminating zero waste practice, conducting marine pollution inspections, creating the main team of the extended producer responsibility, sustainable production and consumption by carrying out activities to popularize the concept. It contributes to the creation of new job opportunities and increasing human welfare through energy and resource efficiency. Agency creates social sensitive and awareness for the protection of the environment through its activities and carries out projects that will support the efficient use of our resources, reduce our carbon footprint, thus raise environmental awareness among our people and leave a greener, cleaner country to our children, thus creating an environmental friendly society. Agency has started its work on the establishment and operation of the deposit management system as the deposit system manager in line with the policies and strategies determined by the Ministry. At the beginning of 2022, registration and deposit application for beverage packaging manufacturers and marketers started. Within the agency, studies are carried out on the operation, monitoring and supervision of the deposit management system in a way that it can achieve the targets and the determination of the operational capacities of the public return centers and verification facilities required for the system. Agency, which consists of a head, 2 deputy head and 8 directors, also has a board of directors and advisory boards. Activities areas of the Turkish Environment Agency, having established, operating or having the deposit management system operated, to receive and return the deposit amount, fees and guarantees determined by the Ministry, to implement the necessary administrative regulation and measures including permit and approval producers for the establishment, implementation, and monitoring of the deposit management system infrastructure and carry out the necessary controls, carrying out activities to improve the environment, to contribute to establishment and implementation of a zero waste management system, to contribute to activities related to return of recyclable products to the country's economy after their use and the management of recyclable waste, carrying out necessary activities in order to create sensitive and awareness in the public, to organize training and certificate programs, to conduct scientific studies, to establish documentation, research and application centers, laboratories, and museums, to cooperate with the local governments, national or international institutions or organizations, universities, non-governmental organizations, and real or legal persons at home or abroad, to develop joint projects and carry out activities, to provide financial and technical support to municipalities, carrying out marine pollution inspection caused by ships within the scope of the environmental law and relevant legislation in order to prevent the discharge of wastewater from ships in the Marmara Sea and other sea areas. Audit activities, to carry out activities related to environment, related to improvement of the environment within the scope of the environmental law, to carry out audit studies within the framework of the relevant legislation for the improvement of the environment with the zero waste and deposit management system in case of delegation of authority by the ministry, to carry out the works and transactions related to administrative sanction in case of detection of non-compliance or violation with the legislation, to carry out audits. Environmental protection and inspection activities are carried out within the agency in line with its duty and mission to prepare, develop plans and programs and ensure their implementation and to contribute to the protection, improvement, development and sustainable of operation of green areas. Marine pollution, in order to prevent the discharge of wastewater from ships in Marmara Sea and other sea areas, studies have been initiated to ensure effective inspections of marine pollution caused by ships within the scope of environmental law and relevant legislation, and remote sensing, satellite and early warning system. Unmanned aerial vehicles are used in inspection in all basins related to the Marmara Sea. Cooperation has been made with our ministry and relevant institutions and organizations to increase the quality and effectiveness of inspection by using radar system. Detect marine pollution at an early stage. Studies have been initiated to carry out effective inspections in all our territorial waters, especially the Marmara Sea and the Straits. It's aimed to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of marine inspection by establishing more effective monitoring, tracking and warning system that can detect pollution that may occur on the sea surface with a domestic and national satellites of our country developed by the Turkish Space Agency. It is investigated to develop an application software for monitoring and management purposes in which the image data received from our local and national satellite will be transferred. The situation can be determined with the pollution algorithm. At regular intervals, the airborne spread will be monitored and information will be provided to field teams for process control purpose. Zero Waste agency, which is assigned to carry out activities related to establishment, dissemination, development, monitoring and recording and documentation of zero waste management system, aims to establish zero waste practice and deposit management system, especially in university campuses, and to develop standard practice through the Turkey. In line with agency's zero waste mission, it's planned for zero waste officers on university campuses to gain knowledge and skills within the framework of the guide to be created. to increase their knowledge of environmental policies and strategies and gain integrity in interpretation and develop standards practice on all campus. In addition, in the light of information provided, it's aimed to carry out studies to prepare a technical and financial feasibility report for the necessary investments and services in order to establish a zero waste system for each university and ensure its sustainability. With the zero waste studies to be carried out by agency, it is planned that university students will learn by experiencing zero waste awareness and adopt it as their life philosophy, and universities will reach circular economy awareness and gain with the zero waste management system and serve to take an important step in spreading zero waste awareness at the national level. In addition, by ensuring that our universities have a sustainable zero waste management system, developing the environment and green areas within the framework of national environmental strategies and policies, develop policies contributing to the fight against climate change and transition to a circular economy, and supporting the country's economy by increasing resource efficiency. The project will contribute to our country's social, administrative, and economic aspects. Also, green certification practice for buildings carried out by the agency. Deposit management system. In line with the policies determined by the ministry, agency as the deposit system manager has started its work on the establishment and operation of the compulsory deposit management system for disposal beverage packaging. A protocol was signed between the General Director of Mint and Stamp Printing House and agency for the establishment and operation of the deposit information management system, where notifications and data flow regarding mandatory deposit practice will be monitored. Work continues to establish the infrastructure for marking beverage packages with special security ink and to establish and operate the system in question, which will monitor and control the entire process within the deposit management system, including the e-wallet application. Within the scope of the producer and principal regarding compulsory deposit management system application updated and published by agency and on 2022. Deposit application have started with the registration of beverage label packaging manufacturers and marketers to DBS as of October 2022. To work is being carried out to apply the deposit management system logo and barcode with special inks to the beverage packages within the scope. To work continues to implement the deposit file management system on a national scale, where the process of collecting, transporting, counting, verifying, billing, and recycling of empty packages returned by consumers are managed at return point centers. Recovery and extended producer responsibility. Producing sustainable and durable products for the products group within the scope of extended producer responsibility, ensuring the full participant of stakeholders in the entire life process of the products in the circular economy, making product design environmental friendly, reusable and fully recyclable, and at the same time changing consumption habits. Studies have been initiated in order to provide effective information and awareness and to effectively carry out recovery activities that will increase energy and resource efficiency. In the coming period, the necessary approvals will be given for the components, restrictive substances, marking and labeling obligations, and trade within the produce material groups within the scope of extended producer responsibility. It will be ensured that the process are followed with a software. establishing, implementing, and monitoring the infrastructure by determining the obligation, administrative regulation, and measures regarding recycling and producer responsibility and general deposit management system application, producing sustainable and durable products for product groups within the scope of extended producer responsibility. Within the framework of national environmental strategies and policies, improving the environment and green areas, contributing to the fight against climate change and the transition to a circular economy, creating sensitivity and awareness about the product used by consumer within the framework of the zero-waste approach, protecting and improving the environment and green areas, increasing resource efficiency and improving the country's economy, the work to be carried out by supporting the economy and adapting to low carbon targets in all activities will contribute to our country socially, administratively, and economically. Turkish Environment Agency targets, ensuring that the institution has the environmentalist title in national and international markets and increase its reputation in this way, contributing to coordination between environmental and economic policies by creating changes in our production and consumption habits, adopting an approach to achieve sustainable development goals and contributing to the development of the green economy with the Green Deal Action Plan, Turkey's transition to a sustainable and effective economy that uses resources efficiently. Turkish Environment Agency aims to reduce greenhouse gas levels and carbon footprint by carrying out all activities with low carbon intensity aimed at contribution to the fight against climate change and transition to a circular economy. Thank you for your attention. Now I want to show you a short video about deposits. Tamam.
This is Turkey. This country has much more than the beauties you see. Turkey is the first country to develop
Greetings, everyone. Have a good afternoon. And I'll start our session in a minute. Yes, my name is Hasan Ali Karasar. I'm the rector of Cappadocia University in Turkey, one of the major partners of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and GSTC in Turkey, carrying out sustainability program. That's why I am here. You might ask what the hell is this university professor is doing in the COP28 summit. But I'm not a tourism professional, but still I'm deeply involved with the sustainability projects in Turkey. I was asked to make a brief introduction, and then you'll hear from the very real policymakers and sector players about Turkish sustainability program carried out by the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. And my brief introduction will cover several things, what we do as a university and what kind of track we had followed within the last 4 years in terms of carrying out sustainability programs. Traditionally, the average Turkish bureaucrat, politician, academician, business person, or even intellectuals tend to believe that Turkey is not wealthy enough to take initiatives about sustainability. We usually say, hey, let's get rich like Norway and Sweden, and we can have a great program and we can think about environment, etc. And that was the case until very recently. And that has changed very radically very recently. Turkey, one of the major turning points is the fact that Turkey has ratified the Paris Climate Agreement in its National Assembly and committed to contribute to the global efforts to mitigate climate change and limit global warming within the allowed range. Our Ministry of Environment and Urbanization, and I see one of my comrades from ministry here, it became the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, which is a major breakthrough within the Turkish bureaucracy, and was given the responsibility to lead Turkey's sustainability efforts. However, as for now, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism assumed the leadership in sustainability policies and their implementation in Turkey. The ministry has initiated a nationwide and internationally recognized sustainable tourism program. That's why we are here today, with the support and encouragement of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, GSTC, and remarkably has achieved considerable success within a short period. The owner of the program is Turkey Tourism Promotion and Development Agency, or in short TGA, and we have the managers of TGA with us today. And it was founded in 2019 and became a real nationwide or national DMO, Destination Management Organization for all of Turkey, with its professional and dedicated staff and its own sustainable tourism program. And Turkey's program, it's a unique program Turkey and GSTC has developed together with the support of our university as well. Those who are aware of Turkey's program may think that it's a only accommodation sector or hotel sustainability program, and it's not right. Yet Turkey embraces a completely holistic approach, and this program includes not only the accommodation sector, hotels, but also destinations, tour operators, MICE, restaurants, attractions, and other businesses and sectors. So it's a holistic approach to sustainability in that respect. The travel and tourism industry's role in global warming and emissions is a widely discussed issue in the literature, as you all know, and studies show that about 10% of all global emissions are stemming from the tourism industry. As you all very well know, tourism is based on a troika, right? 3 major pillars of tourism. First is the transportation. You need to have channels to travel from one place to another. We usually take airplanes, and they are major sources of carbon emissions all over the world. Second is accommodation, and third is gastronomy. So we need to develop criteria for all these major pillars. As I told you, long-haul flights bear the most responsibility. Almost half of the emissions stem from the air trafficking. From rethinking target source markets to reducing carbon footprints to supporting local farmers and people to reducing tourism revenue leakage, Turkey's Sustainable Tourism Program covers the main pillars of sustainability, such as culture, environment, and local people and local economy. This paradigm shift basically marks a pivotal moment in our journey toward a much more responsible environmental and cultural stewardship. Our once held belief that only the rich nations could afford sustainability initiatives has been challenged and transcended. Turkey, with its rich history and culture, recognized that wealth is not solely measured in monetary terms, but also extends to the preservation of national heritage. And with the support of GSTC, Turkey's Sustainable Tourism Program has become a beacon of inspiration for nations around the globe. Many countries and sectors are interested in learning from Turkey's experience, and in the short span of time, we have witnessed tangible successes, reduced carbon footprints, heightened awareness, and more systematic approach to sustainability. And we are developing nationwide systems and methodologies to monitor and manage our environmental footprint. As we always sometimes exaggerate and celebrate our achievements, Turkey and Turkey's tourism managers and sector aim to use this momentum. We all know that, there is a long way. We need to walk together, but we use this momentum to further strengthen our commitment to sustainability. And as I told you, our journey has already just begun, and the path ahead is not very clear, and it's a long one, for sure. However, Turkey aims to stand not only as a popular and growing destination, but also as a global leader in responsible tourism. And you'll see in the presentations after 5-10 minutes, Turkey has already achieved world leadership in many topics. In conclusion, the narrative has shifted. No longer is sustainability considered as a luxury beyond our reach. Actually, beyond sustainability, we started to assess life cycle assessments and that kind of, very sophisticated approaches. And it's an integral part of our national agenda. We have here with us the acting general manager of TGA to talk about the details and facts about Turkey's national sustainability program, Ms. Elif Füsun Balcı. The member of the board, TGA, Kaan Kashif Kavaloğlu, and also we have the vice chair of GSTC, our major international partner, Mr. Ramkumar, to talk about the global efforts of GSTC and their impacts and their cooperation with Turkey. And finally, we'll have Mr. Erkan Yağcı, the president of Turkey's Hoteliers Association Federation, the largest professional association of the tourism industry in Turkey. And he will reflect the sector's perspective and future plans within the framework of the program. After this brief introduction, I would like to invite Mr. Kaan Kashif Kavaloğlu for the first speech, because he is a member of the board of TGA, Turkey's major DMO, and TGA is kind of a unique structure. It's not an ordinary DMO, but it's a major platform which initiates the meeting of the state actors, but mostly the sector. It belongs to the sector, it's supported by the sector, and its policies are adopted and organized by the sector. So he'll give us the hints how this works. Here we go.
Thanks for nice introduction. As Turkey's Tourism Promotion and Development Agency, named by STJ, we are acting a national promotion program of our country. And our main aim is to promote our country to keep the sustainable rules. And with the estimation of Ministry of Tourism in 2019, with the vision of our Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Mr. Mehmet Nuri Ersoy's decision, we have taken a very serious and important decision to hold this TGA's program, a platform which will be a real responsible organization for our future tourism life. So our main aim is to keep the promotional part of our country. Certainly, there is a very big estimation. This year, we have catch already 56 billion US dollar revenue in tourism business and more or less 60 million tourists abroad. So this is a very important record from our point of view, and TGA is playing a great role on it. And certainly, when we talk about Turkey's tourism industry, which has a quickly adaptive and responsive feature, we have a real business model in TGA. Me also personally, we have been elected by the votes of our delegates from 81 cities of Turkey. So we have been elected for 3 years. And the board of directors also, we have in each cities, in 81 cities, we have all the city commissions, which are also controlled and headed by the mayor of cities. And these are very important acknowledge for us to keep the, for example, as hoteliers, for example, to keep them very fresh about the changes on sustainability. Especially, we have an agreement with GSTC, which is very important, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. We have made a new agreement, and TGA is also plays a great role in it. And now, with more or less 22,000 hoteliers, because in the board member we have the hoteliers, we have travel agencies, entertainment companies, including food and beverage facilities. So, and also the top management level of ministry. So altogether, we are managing the system, as I mentioned, for 3 years. Whatever you like. Okay.
So, actually, in my notes, I have a couple questions to be addressed for him, and actually, he has summarized some of them, but the two questions are those. TJ plays a key role as program owner, and what is the exact role and advantages of TJ as a program owner in sustainable tourism program as stakeholder engagement? He said that the members of the board are democratically elected and completely out of the state's intervention. That's very important. Consensus, government, private sector collaboration. Can you elaborate that a little bit more? And as Turkey's National Tourism Board, how do you see the importance of program for Turkey, especially concerning the climate change, Paris agreements, recent developments, and Turkey's competitiveness? Would it help Turkey's competitiveness in the international, especially high-end tourism market?
With some significant challenges, certainly the main challenge is sustainability, and with the effective stakeholder engagement, there is a very good communication, progressive model, and well addressed with supportive regulations, and harmony and consensus. So this consensus also based on an organization, bring all private sector and government together, and within the framework, the public-private sector cooperation, which contributes to understand different perspectives. And now this is multifaceted structure to achieve some sustainable tourism activities. And also the program provides an effective encourage dialogue among all stakeholders in all tourism sector. And as I mentioned in the tourism board directors, we have the responsibility with this program, which is crucial, sustainable movement for the tourism industry, all industry. And also we have the correct position to run this kind of program, and this visionary approach. I think we reach a real goal for our sustainability.
Thank you, sir, for very comprehensive assessment of TGA from the board of directors point of view. The second in the stage is a long-term friend of mine, and she's not only a theoretician of tourism or a practitioner of tourism, but both. She's an academician by profession and also tourism practitioner. And she's one of the major leading architects of Turkey's sustainability program, Dr. Elif Balcı Füsunoğlu. She's currently the acting general manager of Turkey Tourism Promotion and Development Agency, what we call as TGA. Stage is yours. You are going to use the stage. Thank you.
Good
She'll
afternoon.
have a presentation for us.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. So I would like to actually make a presentation to share the progress and the details of the program, as we call it, Sustainable Tourism Program of Turkey. We have mentioned about TGA. It is a national tourism body of Turkey established by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and very highly represented by the private sector. Actually, Professor Hassan already mentioned that Turkey's program, the certification program, its core is the hotel certification. But it is not only limited with the hotel certification. We are doing a lot more than that. We see the sustainability transformation of our country as a holistic approach, as a 360 approach. So I would like to start from what we are doing also around that. In 2019, which is actually the same year that TGA has been established, even before TGA has been established, the Ministry has worked together with Cappadocia University on a tourism master plan until 2023. And also one of the results of this tourism master plan was to have a national tourism body where public and private sector is going to act together with a professional team. And in 2020, as you all will remember, now it looks like it has been many years, but it was just less than 3 years ago, we all faced the COVID-19 virus. And Turkey was one of the first countries creating a program that is so-called Safe Tourism Program. It was, again, a certification program, an independent certification program for hotels, for transfer companies, for all tourism attractions, including the museums, the MICE places, because Turkey has chosen the way, because there had been so many different applications and procedures, not to close the borders, not to stop the business, but to provide a safe and controlled and measured environment for people to travel in the local and international industries. So the Safe Tourism Program by that time reached over 12,000 certificates, which were monthly certificates and controlled by both the independent and transparent certification bodies, but by the ministry and by different municipalities. So we have created a system which was already in place to transform to a sustainable tourism program. And then when we came to 2021, one of the aims of the tourism strategic plan was to, because Turkey is a leading tourism destination, we are number 4 in the world by UNWTO figures when it comes to number of international tourist arrivals, and we are number 6 in the world when it comes to international tourism income. So we were already being one of the leaders, but in order to achieve and reach our new targets and goals, we were in position to extend our tourism to 12 months and to 81 provinces, the entire country. So we have established the Provincial Tourism Promotion and Development Program, which was also mentioned by Mr. Khan, that in 81 provinces, together with the governors, mayors, all stakeholders, private sector representatives, we have created an ecosystem that TGA cooperates with the destinations. which is also the tool for us for the transformation to sustainable destination development. And by 2022, as everybody also in the rest of the world were discussing about sustainability, we said that, okay, we need to also become a sustainable destination. But how do we do that? We have the hotels, we have destinations, we have all other tourism stakeholders. Who will measure it? What is the methodology? So we looked for all different tourism programs like EarthCheck, Green Destinations. As you know, all the hotels have different programs like Hilton, like Marriott. We then seen that GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council, is kind of the umbrella body who already recognize all those programs that are all reliable and very important in the industry, and they have accredited and acknowledged them. So we said that, okay, we have our Safe Tourism program already in place. There is GSTC. Let's discuss how we can make it happen. And by 2023, we have announced our program as a mandatory program by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, that all the accommodation facilities in the country will have their transition to a sustainable property in a time frame. But again, those are the major steps, but those are not the first steps. The ministry already initiated a program that is so-called Yeşil Yıldız, which means Green Star in Turkish. And the ministry's Department of Investment, which is now represented by the General Director Neşe Çıldık and the Principal Auditor Ms. Şule Akgün here. The ministry had already a measurement system, a documentation system for the hotels for energy saving. And by 2019, the zero waste program of Turkey has been announced again for the hotels. The hotels above 100 rooms had to have the zero waste policy in place. This was also a mandatory program. Having voluntary efforts are really good and nice to have, but we are all aware that sustainability is not something nice to have. This is compulsory, so we need to create mechanisms that are involving everybody, not only the ones who are willing to do that. So Turkey was one of the signing governments with the Paris Agreement, climate agreement. And then our cooperation with GSTC and the launch of our program were the last steps. So what is our cooperation with GSTC? First, we became the first government signing an exemplary program at the governmental level with GSTC to include all the industries. So it is an acknowledged program. GSTC has their already existing certification program. So we have taken their all criteria. We didn't change anything, but we created a system that will help the entire country to have the transformation. So our program has 3 pillars: the accommodation facilities, tour operators and all tourism services, including gastronomy and all others, and the destination certification program. And when it comes to sustainability, we all talk about, of course, we are at COP28, everybody knows about that. The sustainable management, the environmental sustainability, and socioeconomic sustainability are really very important 3 pillars. But being from a country like Turkey, in the center of civilizations, where the first humankind started living and settling, we are very proud to say that the cultural sustainability is within our DNA, so which will help us also to remember our roots, to remember our origin, and to adapt it in a unique way, unique positioning. So where we are now, we have the hotel program already been announced and in place. Since now, we have over 9,000 hotels already verified and certified. We have split the GSTC criteria in 3 pieces. Stage 1, for all accommodation facilities in the country to reach in 1 year time, which is going to end by 2024. And we are already over 50% of the hotel capacity in the country is already documented. We called stage 1 and stage 2 as verification, and stage 3 is called as certification. And all those certification has been done by independent auditors, and the certificates are issued by internationally recognized certification bodies. All the program assurance and accreditation is under the hands of GSTC, and we as the TGA and the government, we are the coordinator of the program. And as I mentioned, we have internationally recognized companies. Those are all accredited by national and international accreditation company bodies, governmental bodies. So it is a 100% independent program. But in addition to the auditing of those private companies, the ministry's entire auditing team, which is around 120 professional auditors, they have all been trained by Cappadocia University and by GSTC, and they are also auditing the hotels. And by doing that, we have also the control mechanism for already issued certificates, because we are aware that it is not an easy approach, and the measurements and the global standards are really very crucial. Therefore, we are trying to take all the actions to make that, when Turkey is saying that we are the #1 in the world at the moment for this program, with this program, but we want to make sure that our program is reliable, is trustable, and is also accredited and controlled by international independent mechanisms, and also complying with the global standards. And of course, we are a promotional body. And one of the main reasons, of course, we do it for our world, for our children, for our future, but also we do it for promoting our country and having a competitiveness with that. So we do have our entire digital platforms converted as sustainable tourism program networks, and all the certificates are with QR code supported. And all those hotels, their information can be reached out with our tourism platform, which is called goturkiye.com. It's including also our sustainable tourism destinations, our sustainable tourism experiences, and hotels in 10 languages. Of course, we believe that all international standards are really very important. And Michelin is a very important standard when it comes to gastronomy recognition, which we know Dubai and Abu Dhabi, the region also has recently entered the Michelin stars. So we have a journey of 2 years with Michelin as Turkey. Istanbul first has been awarded, and then our leading tourism destinations, Izmir and Bodrum, also included into the listing. And we are very proud to say that in 2 years' time, we have 5 Michelin Green Star restaurants, which is then also significant proof that Turkey has also gastronomy and cuisine also deserves the recognition for sustainability and green transformation. And we are aware that this has to be a holistic approach. So we have our sustainable tourism roads, we have our cycling routes, we have another program that is also run by the ministry, which is a cycling-friendly hotel program. So we are well aware that all those tourism experiences, tourism destinations, together with the tourism properties, the hotels, travel agencies, restaurants, they all have to connect to each other for being able to say that we are doing sustainable tourism in our country. And there are so many international initiatives all around the world, like UNWTO's Best Tourism Village program, which is another also recognition of sustainable tourism efforts. We are very proud to have our 6 destinations as part of it. We have internationally recognized Eurovelo routes, and we are part of also European Cultural Route Program. And very recently, we have been also awarded as being the #2 country in the world when it comes to UNESCO intangible cultural heritage, we are very aware that with our regions, destinations, different governmental bodies, we all need to do our homework to remember the sustainability pillars while doing the environmental transformation, but also we have to look what is in our culture, what is in our history, what is in our DNA to highlight it. And we have around 100 mountain bike routes and additional 100 different types of cycling routes in different destinations all around the country.
This is Turkey. This country has much more than the beauties you see. Turkey is the first country to develop comprehensive national sustainable tourism program, partnering with Global Sustainable Tourism Council. There are thousands of accommodation facilities verified and certified by the Turkey Sustainable Tourism Program, acknowledged by the GSTC. Turkish Riviera embodies the city with the most blue flag beaches in the world. Historical and cultural treasures of Turkey are included in the UNESCO World Heritage and UNESCO Intangible World Heritage lists. We protect our inheritance and leave it for future generations through our hundreds of excavations and restoration works. Even in the modern age, village life here retains its charm. Every meal is like a feast, with the flavors from the farm to the table. 5 restaurants are acknowledged with the Michelin Green Star, proposing a dining experience that has eco-responsibility at its core. Cyclists following the Eurovelo route pass through wonderful landscapes and ancient cities. Turkey is a member of the enlarged partial agreement on cultural routes of the Council of Europe. It aims to bring together common history and cultural heritage on networks. This country is a place to slow down and enjoy the simple things. This is a paradise where the past and the future meet. Turkey awaits you. Come and discover its natural, historical, and cultural beauties that will be inherited by the next generations.
This is a brand new movie of Turkey, which will be also shown at different countries' national TV channels. Currently, we are doing TV marketing in 33 countries and with global channels in 200 countries. So it will be shown to promote our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elif, for a wonderful presentation, and thank you for your leadership in the sector. Actually, that is most important. When I say leadership, definitely we should mention a couple of names. First and foremost, our president, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, is the major supporter of not only this project, and especially our First Lady, Mrs. Emine Erdoğan, who is the architect of the Zero Waste program, which is a very critical program for Turkey in the sustainability efforts. And also our Minister of Tourism and Culture, Mehmet Nuri Ersoy, who believed from the very beginning of this, simply because our minister is coming from the sector, and also he believes, and his interpretation of sustainability is not only about environment and climate action, it's about business sustainability as well, because tourism is Turkey's #1 export item, export product in that respect, with a 60 billion income this year, but probably 110 billion US dollars with value added impact on the economy. It's one of the biggest export items of Turkey and the source of foreign currency. So that's very important, and thanks for reminding all this. Our third speaker is Mr. Ram Kumar, a good friend of mine as well. He's the vice chair of GSTC and member of the board of directors. Will you talk from the stage, or yeah, please, and I will ask you a couple questions. Probably they are included into your presentation as well. First and foremost, there is a vast global movement towards sustainability, and you are in the middle of most of them, all these initiatives, right? And most of them are quite accelerated significantly after the pandemic. And based on your years of expertise and experience in sustainability and tourism, how do you see and assess the challenges for this accelerated movement for the tourism industry? Things like greenwashing, etc. A second note and question I have noted, as GSTC, where do you position yourself and your organization for the solution of these challenges? For example, which works, projects, approaches you currently have? What's your major locomotive project? And where are you with the sustainability measurement criteria and methodology in that respect? And lastly, as you know, we are not a member of EU, but we are in the EU region, and we have very close relations with European Council, Parliament, and European Union. They recently reached a provisional agreement on green transition, empower consumers for the green transition in tourism sector as well. How do you see this agreement will affect the tourism industry from GSTC's point of view and for Turkey? Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. A lot of questions. Hopefully I'll remember all the questions and answer each of them. Good evening, and thank you all for being here. Now, I'll address your first question, in terms of what is it that we do. But before that, just very quickly, just so that people know what GSTC is, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. I think we've heard the name GSTC quite a few times. We were started in 2007 by the United Nations system to develop sustainable tourism standards for the planet. Now, our vision is to be an agent of change in the space of sustainable tourism to ensure that there is an increased knowledge, acceptance, and adoption of sustainable tourism, which wasn't there, pre-2030 agenda for sustainable development in its articles and the sustainable development goals that were done. Now, from what we're seeing in the world till now, you asked me where the trends are going. There's been a lot of adoption by the public sector, by national level, provincial level governments looking at destination management for the first time on sustainable platforms. A lot of adoption is happening. We've had countries like Singapore, Norway, Costa Rica, Malta, and of course Turkey. And Turkey is sort of on top there because of what you all are doing, which I think Elif just explained to everybody. Now, at an EU level, there has been a lot of movement. There's been a lot of positive steps forward, a lot of direction. But the one challenge we are having as far as the EU level is concerned is they're looking at all sectors together. They're sector agnostic when it comes to sustainability. Now, we know that tourism is a sector which is unique, and we need sustainable tourism principles and practices which are tourism specific, not something which is just generally applicable to all sectors. So that is one challenge, and we are hoping as far as the EU is concerned that they'll make the progress and make the transition to ensure that we have tourism specific issues that we speak about. Now, from a GSTC's perspective, we've developed this criteria. We've developed criteria for industry, which is resorts, hotels, tour operators, and for destinations. We maintain these standards, and the development of the standards is a highly complex but transparent and with a massive stakeholder consultation process. And it's a very, very extensive process that we went through for years together before we actually drew up these standards. We govern accreditation, for good certification. We all know any good certification is as good as the accreditation that happens behind that. We are responsible for that. We do training in many languages, and all the criteria is available in many languages to ensure that it's available for everybody and language is not a barrier for anybody else. And of course, we do a lot of awareness building when it comes to sustainable tourism. Now, the accreditation, since specifically you asked me about the accreditation program, with relationship to Turkey and the EU, we are uniquely placed because we are in compliance with the EU's CSRD, the Green Claims Directive. We are in compliance with all of that and the 2008 EC Regulation 765 on sustainability. So the GSTC criteria is compliant with all of that, and we have a tie-up with an EU, an Italy-based accreditation body, Accredia. So with that, the accreditation process envelops the whole of Europe. And that is something which is good news. And that is what the Turkey program is based on. It facilitated that whole thing. Now, with all of this, there's one last sort of point that I need to make. When we talk about sustainability here at COP28, we are talking about a situation where it is being implemented. Now, we all know, I think down the road there, the negotiations are still happening for the final directive to come up. We are still having discussions on what should happen, on what is it that the world wants, the promises for the world tomorrow, for our children of tomorrow. That is still being debated as we speak. In that entire scenario, here we have a country like Turkey, which has completed the implementation of sustainability for an entire nation. Now that is unique and that needs to be celebrated. I think Elif and Hassan Ali and all of you are very muted in your celebration of what it is that you all have achieved because it's become business as usual for sustainability for you. But I think this is something that the world needs to look at. While we are still debating words and nomenclature for sustainability at a global level, here is a situation where it's already happened. It's implemented, it's on the ground. That is something we need to acknowledge first. And to acknowledge it is not just for the ego boost of Turkey as a nation, that of course is necessary, but to tell the rest of the world that it is possible and it is being done. Just in a span of 2-3 years, the whole thing was rolled out in an entire nation. You heard the metrics when it comes to tourism and the tourism size as far as as far as Turkey is concerned. It's not a small little nation, it's a large country. This large country managed to implement sustainability in its tourism sector successfully, and already we are seeing the metrics come up. So what's the learning? The learning is for other countries to look at this, to acknowledge it and say, yes, it is possible, and now we have a model available. And I think that's the service that Turkey is doing, not just for itself as a nation, which it needs to do, but for the world in general, to say that tourism is something that needs to look at sustainability at its very core. And I'm glad that we're here at COP28 talking about it. Hopefully the next few COP meetings also we'll have more detailed discussions on it to ensure that tourism starts its journey into the world of sustainability in a robust and determined manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ram. Our fourth speaker is Mr. Erkan Yağcı. He is the president of Turofet, Turkey's Hoteliers Federation. The floor is yours. Should I direct some questions to you, or would you like to?
I will speak from there.
Okay. So, okay. All right, all right. So I have only I have only 3 small questions to you for inspiring your speech. As a sector representative of Turkish hoteliers in Turkey, how do you consider the sustainability in tourism? How Turkey's sustainable tourism program affects the sector? What were the major challenges? And what kind of challenges you faced as hoteliers, and how did you overcome, especially in terms of business model? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan Bey. Being last speaker is always difficult because the speakers before you, give so much information, and it's very less for the last one to give information about what we are speaking. But in fact, from the private sector, I am the only representative right now, so there is a lot to mention about it. I think Turkey is very lucky in this tourism industry at that time, because the speakers before me explained that we have a minister coming from the sector. So always from the private sector, we always say, the public sector does not understand us. We have some kind of misalignment between what is going on in the industry and what's happening in the public sector. But fortunately, this is not the case right now in Turkey. So I always say in my speech that we are at the moment in tourism industry in a good situation, because when you have some minister coming from the industry, it is very easy to explain the problems, and it is very easy and fast, more importantly, to react when you have someone understand the problem very easily. So in fact, this story goes back to 2020 when we had the pandemic. Elif Hanım explained very well. When we had this pandemic issue, there was a quick reaction from Turkey. And while the people were talking about how we start our businesses, Turkey came up with the Safe Tourism certificate. And in 3 months, we started business in Turkey. And Turkey was one of the pioneer countries. In fact, it was the pioneer country in the world that started business. I remember one of my speech with the minister in 2021, and while the sustainability was becoming much more popular, I would say, and we talk about how we can implement sustainability in the industry, and I really surprised at that time, and he had a plan, and with collaboration with the GSTC and with the industry and with the public sector, this sustainability issue, while there was a big issue in the world in the travel and tourism industry, Turkey find a solution. As Mr. Kumar explained very well, really, Turkey was the pioneer country that implement the criteria. From our side, there was some kind of really a confusion. Is it going to be very difficult for us to implement? Is it going to be costly as well? Because sustainability is good when you think about the community, society, and the future of the generations. But on the other hand, when you are for-profit organizations, you always think about the cost issue as well. But this program, I think, which makes it very beneficial and useful for us, it gives, in fact, 2 important messages to the industry. First, if you implement these criteria, it will benefit the community, the society, the country, and the right use of future generations, as well as if you implement these criteria, it will make the businesses cost efficient and cost effective while consuming the resources as energy, water, and all the things as well. So this was something, a kind of win-win program for us. So that's why it is very attractive for the industry. And as a leader in the private sector right now, we said that's a very good program, and we started. And the second thing, I think that's very, very important for us. Elif Hanım explained it, there is at 3 stages. And at 3 stages, you give the industry a time just to implement these criteria in a time frame. So the first stage will be end of this year, 2023, but you have time to finish for the next 4 or 5 years till 2028, 29 to finish all the program. So it is easy to implement and easy to understand. So this makes us to expect that program as well as to understand the importance and vitality in the industry, and we started using this system. So it was a total alignment between public and private sector, and we started using this. And when we go to the international meetings, we see that every country started saying that, if you are going to work with us in the future, like big tour operators, they said that you need to implement this kind of sustainability criteria, and we will put your logos. Okay, we said, we already done it. So in that sense, Turkey, the tourism industry was very lucky, and we are really accept that program, and we started using this, and we see the benefits of the program as well. So being a member in the industry, we are really proud of using this program, and very, very proud of being a partner with GSTC, because the other countries we see that benchmark competitive destinations, they are trying to collaborate with GSTC as well, while Turkey has done it for like 1 year or 2 years before. So that was a very important stage for us. And as the speakers explained before as well, Turkey is like sea tourism industry as one of the strategic industry, and that was the private sector expecting from the public sector. So as my last sentence, that there's a big total alignment between private and public sector at that sense as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Erkan Bey. That's really unusual in most parts of the world to see that kind of a close cooperation in the public and the private sector, and I think that's a case study for that as well. Well, we have some time left, and we can take some questions if you like. Any questions? Yes, please, sir.
My name is Salah Jafar. I am the CEO of ESGMENA.com, the first and only ESG knowledge hub, environment, social, and governance here in Dubai. You have a great example, great achievements. As you know, the rest of the Middle East, basically near Turkey, including the Gulf, is buzzing and very active in terms of sustainability, in terms of tourism, being Abu Dhabi, being Ras Al Khaimah, being Dubai, being Saudi Arabia, Oman, all that. Have you discussed any knowledge sharing and basically relay your experience and the huge achievements in this regard, especially since we are here in UAE at COP28? Thank you.
That is one of the reasons why we are here. Probably Elif and Kaan
What have you done in this regard? Thank you.
Give answers.
Actually, since we started the program, of course, we are doing it for the competitiveness of our country, but we believe that sustainability is something to protect, to save our world. We have to be in the same train altogether. So since we started from day one at all international platforms, we are presenting what we are doing. So we were on stage last year at the GSTC conference in Spain, in Sevilla. By that time, we recently announced that, and we told what we are doing and what is the program aiming. And then in May 2023, we have hosted the GSTC annual conference in Antalya, and we shared our experience, and there were also several speakers from the Turkish tourism industry. They have been also speaking about their experience. And what we are doing is actually available on our digital platforms at TGA website. Cappadocia University became a training body exclusively for GSTC in Turkey, but not limited to Turkey. They also cooperate GSTC in a regional level. So we are very openly sharing our experience at international platforms. But time to time we receive, of course, countries' delegations directed from our ministry. We attend tourism diplomacy meetings. So we share also our experience at all those platforms. So we are open to share our success story and our experience. Of course, there are lots of challenges, as mentioned. One of the major things about our program that was actually making the change is having a mandatory program that is inclusive for everybody. Because already when we started program, there were a couple of 100 hotels in Antalya, in Istanbul, international hotel brands, large hotel resorts. They already had their international recognition from Travel Life, Green Stars. They were able to do that because when we started this, we have seen that sustainability transformation is an expensive experience. Even when you apply for an international certification, it costs a couple of hundred, even 1,000 euros. But a hotel with 5 rooms, with 10 rooms, it's a hostel, how they can reach the certificates. So by having our national program, nationally trained auditors, we make it reachable in terms of also certificate cost. So this is actually our learning, and we are open to share it, and we are already sharing our experience.
Yeah, it's interesting what Elif just said. You know, she started off by saying, while it is a competitive program for the country, because everybody is sort of eating off the same pie, they're willing to share. And this, I think, goes to the core of SDG 17, which is collaboration, right? When it comes to the space of sustainability, the only way the world will succeed is by collaboration, not by competition. Going the sustainability route in tourism is a competitive advantage, no two ways about it, but you're competing in the minds of the consumers, not amongst governments, not amongst markets, you know, and that is something which I think you all have, you're standing for that in a very strong manner by saying that it's all open book, we're sharing it with everybody. And that sharing, I think, is going to make a huge difference as far as the world is concerned.
Just I can add few things. Just few weeks ago, we have the Resort Congress. It was for 13th one. It was held in Antalya. Our main objective is also sustainability. So with all the country, with all tourism sector, we do organize and concentrate on sustainability. So from the bottom level of management and staff, we have to catch a real concentration on it. So because we mentioned it, it begins with a volunteer object and then it becomes a mandatory operation. So to keep this alive and to keep it, which will be a must for few hotels which has few rooms, and to top 5-star hotels which was easier for them to catch it. But at the end, I think we succeeded. And it will be a very good approach for all other countries to keep it. And also the demand from the consumer side, from the tourist side, and the tour operator side, certainly it becomes, it push us to be mandatory because they need it. And I think in near future we will use and begin to use the marketing part of it, which will be also to upgrade ourselves for our service standards.
Thank you. Any other question? Needless to say, it requires a lot of training, education, and awareness, not only for the whole of rest of the population, but within the sector as well. I mean, not all the sector professionals and the managers are like Mr. Yahacı, Mr. Khan. I mean, there are different kind of people. Maybe I can address a question asking you, because Khan Bey is at the policy making level and also a part of the market and a player in the market. What was the initial reaction of the sector players, I mean hoteliers or any other major leading players in the sector, and how did they adapt them to the new rules of the game?
As you know, a few years ago, we cannot speak about tourism business due to COVID-19 and pandemic, but with the vision of our, maybe we make we have so many advantages to have a visionary and a person who is from the sector as a culture and tourism ministry. And we decide to keep, maybe during the midnight, we begin to speak with our Ministry of Tourism and Culture that to make something to catch and keep the hotels open. So which was the Safe Tourism organization. And in 2 years, we succeeded. And we were talking about I'm always mentioning that if there is G7, G20, if there will be a Tourism 7, T7, we will be in it as Turkey. So, but this has to need a visionary. And after the Safe Tourism Certification Program, this GSTC, Global Sustainable Tourism Council Certification Program evaluates. So, which was a little bit easier for us because we already passed through the worst one, which was pandemic.
Well, thank you. Any last question? No questions. All right. So thank you all for listeners and for all distinguished guests. It is quite difficult to have all 5 of us in the same table in Turkey or anywhere else. Maybe one of the major gains, profits of this kind of meetings is that, and it is not only us within this room, but also through our YouTube channel. There are lots of spectators through the digital media. And thank you all for coming, and let's support Turkey's sustainable tourism program all together. Thank you. Maybe we...